Chapter 2934. Despicable. So many people actually joined forces against the Lord Ruler. The living beings of the Black Tortoise world were filled with anger when they saw this scene. But they didn't know that this was exactly what Qin Feiyang wanted. Little brat, now is the time. Cooperate with me and break the seal in one fell swoop. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Understood. The little boy replied. With a wave of his small hand, all of his divine power and battle chi instantly gathered in the sky above the Devil's Land. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the Dragon Prince and the divine power of over 10,000 dragons, his eyes filled with determination. This time he must break the ancient castle's seal. In the blink of an eye, rumble. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword was the first to attack. Qin Feiyang saw the opportunity and directly used his glabella to meet it. A world-destroying aura instantly spread out, following closely behind. The divine power of over 10,000 dragons also arrived, and destructive fluctuations spread out in all directions. Now, Qin Feiyang roared, gritting his teeth as he used all of his strength to resist the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and meet the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power also fiercely struck his glabella. At the same time, inside the Black Tortoise world, the little boy's eyes were like torches as he suddenly pressed his small hand down. The roaring divine power and battle chi in the sky instantly turned into a pillar of light that shot into the ancient castle. Clang. The ancient castle immediately trembled as a monstrous divine power surged out. The divine light that shot out was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. The next moment, 12 figures appeared outside the ancient castle. It was Wang Chang, the old woman, and the others. The moment these people appeared, the ancient castle suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Where's the ancient castle? Everyone was bewildered. The seal of the ancient castle has been broken. They went out to help. The little boy was abnormally excited. He looked at Wang Chang and the others and shouted, "You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he raised his head to look at the image in the sky. Outside. At the same time the ancient castle disappeared, the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows once again exploded with a loud, muffled sound. It was the sound of the seal being broken. "Come out, castle!" Qin Feiyang roared. The next moment, a black light shot out from between Qin Feiyang's brows, and instantly struck towards the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. With a loud clang, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was actually sent flying on the spot. The Ice Dragon's soul was stunned. Long Zun and the others were also stunned. What was going on? I've finally broken the seal. A smile finally appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He waved his hand and the black light made a turn in the air. Then it returned in front of him and revealed its true form. If it wasn't the castle, then who could it be? That's it. The eyes of Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons trembled. They all had a deep impression of the ancient castle. Back in the North Sea Star River, it was this castle that single-handedly crushed all the heaven-defying divine artifacts and forced them to flee in panic. After so many years, the ancient castle appeared once again. I want to thank you all for helping me break the seal of the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang looked at the Dragon Prince, Dragon Sovereign, and the others and smiled. What? Dragon Sovereign's eyes trembled. Yes. I did that just now to break the seal of the ancient castle. Because ever since the battle in the North Sea, the ancient castle has been sealed by the small beast. You might not know that golden small beast, but the Ice Dragon knows it. I heard that it's the companion of the god of creation. However, the greatest credit for being able to break the seal is the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to do it. When I opened the slaughter domain, it was them who helped me. Now, when I broke the seal, it was also them who helped me. They are my Qin Feiyang's backing. And I, Qin Feiyang, will forever protect them. Qin Feiyang smiled. These words were not only said to Dragon Sovereign and the others, but also to all the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. This was his, Qin Feiyang's, promise. Did you hear that? The Lord Ruler said that he will always protect us. Everything we did was worth it. The living beings of the Black Tortoise world were extremely moved when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Actually, although many things had been endorsed by Pai Lupi and Theta Wang over the years, everyone knew in their hearts that behind the two of them was Qin Feiyang. Whether it was the spirit vein, the crystal vein, or the herbs, they were all selflessly given to them by Qin Feiyang. They could be where they were today because of Qin Feiyang. So, they had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. They were also glad that they could meet such a good ruler. However, when Dragon Sovereign and the others heard these words, they were furious. Originally they wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Qin Feiyang instead. The ancient castle broke the seal. This ancient castle's strength had already surpassed the ruler's divine weapon back then. What about now? Wouldn't it be even stronger? Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient castle. All these years I've wronged you. The ancient castle buzzed, which could be considered as a response to Qin Feiyang. I really blame myself. You and Chang Shui have always been by my side, protecting me. But what about me? Chang Shui was snatched away by that damn small beast. I couldn't do anything. You were sealed by that small beast and I could only watch helplessly. I'm really sorry. But I believe that sooner or later, I will definitely defeat small beast. Now let's work together and get rid of these obstacles in front of us first. Qin Feiyang roared. That's right. In his eyes, the dragons were just an obstacle to him finding small beast for revenge. Clang. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the ancient castle shook violently, and a shocking aura rolled out. This aura had already reached the level of a ruler's divine weapon. Looking at the ancient castle at this moment, Qin Feiyang was wild with joy. It had finally evolved into a ruler's divine weapon. Impossible. Dragon Sovereign and the 10 ancestor dragons were shocked. You don't know, right? The ancient castle has already merged with the Black Tortoise realm. It's growing every moment. The ruler's divine weapon is just the beginning. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ancient castle immediately grew in size. In an instant, it became a giant fortress that was hundreds of feet tall and charged toward the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Ruler's divine weapon. The Ice Dragon's soul stared at the ancient castle and roared fiercely, I really underestimated your strength. He grabbed the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and charged toward the ancient castle. Clang. The two rulers' divine weapons collided violently. Heaven and earth roared. However, even if the two rulers' divine weapons collided, it couldn't shake the heavenly prison. Above the heavenly prison, Lin Yi looked at the ancient castle with a smile in her eyes. The sloppy old man also had a look of emotion. This young man is really full of miracles. But Dragon Sovereign and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Now there was no Ice Dragon's barrier, no ruler's realm, and no ruler's divine weapons protection. The confrontation between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword was enough to destroy them instantly. Therefore, the group of people immediately turned around and flew away without looking back. The Ice Dragon's soul was different from Qin Feiyang. One was protected by the ancient castle, and the other was protected by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they wouldn't be hurt. So what if you have a ruler's divine weapon? You will never be able to make up for the gap in cultivation. The Ice Dragon's soul roared, and divine power roared out as it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. But before it could get close to Qin Feiyang, it was shattered by the ancient castle's divine power. The Ice Dragon's soul was furious. It stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, if you have the guts, let's go to the north and fight. He could tell that only by killing Qin Feiyang would the curtains of this battle be drawn to an end. Why not? Qin Feiyang said coldly. He also intended to quickly finish off the dragon's prince. He then looked up at the ancient castle and said, I will leave this place to you. After saying that, he turned around and used the walk formula to rush toward the north. The Ice Dragon Soul's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and it followed closely behind. They couldn't intervene in the battle between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they let the two rulers' divine weapons fight in the inner sea. Their battlefield naturally couldn't be in the inner sea. Because if it was in the inner sea, the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword would have to be distracted to protect them, and they couldn't exert their full strength. Chapter 29:35. North. Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon Soul flew out of the inner sea and entered the Dragon God Mountain range. This place was still submerged by the fluctuations of the sovereign weapon. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang's body was always protected by a layer of black light. This was the castle protecting him. There was also a white light on the body of the Prince of Dragons. This was also the protective layer given to him by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Clang. As soon as he left the inner sea, the Prince of Dragons waved his hand, and the second profound ability of the Law of Light, the Sword of Judgment, appeared and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to him. He executed the walk character formula and flew away like a bolt of lightning. Because of the protection of the black light, even if the Sword of Judgment hit him, it would not cause any harm to him. At the same time, if he attacked, he would not be able to cause any harm to the Prince of Dragons. So, He had to wait until he was far enough away from the inner sea and the protective layer was removed before the real battle could begin. As expected, the sword of judgment hit Qin Feiyang's body, but it was like scratching an itch. Humph. I'll let you live a little longer. The Prince of Dragons snorted, holding the sword of judgment, and followed Qin Feiyang. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the protective layer on the two began to disintegrate. At this point, although they could still sense the aura of the castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, the fluctuations were no longer a threat to them. Another dozen breaths passed. The protective layer on their bodies had finally completely disintegrated. This was naturally the doing of the castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. They could sense the distance between Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons, and when the two reached a safe distance, the protective layer would be disintegrated. Without the protective layer, it meant that the battle between the two had officially begun. Clang. The Ice Dragon's soul immediately raised the sword of judgment and attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately turned around, and with a terrifying killing intent, the blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The slaughter domain had a time limit, but the kill formula did not. Clang. In an instant, the blood-red sword and the sword of judgment collided. Even without the slaughter domain, the blood-red sword was still an extremely powerful existence. But, because of the difference in cultivation, Qin Feiyang was unable to compete with the Ice Dragon soul. This was because not only was the Ice Dragon soul's cultivation higher than his, but the judgment sword was also the power of law. Therefore, on the whole, the Ice Dragon's soul had a crushing power. Crack. The blood-colored sword shattered. Like a meteor, Qin Feiyang flew out horizontally and smashed into the ground. A huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground there. What a piece of trash. To think that Sky Dragon admires you so much. You're even worse than a madman. The soul of the Ice Dragon shook its head, its face full of mockery. The judgment sword exuded a sharp light that could destroy the world. Now this prince will send you to hell. The sword of judgment immediately flew out of his hand and attacked Qin Feiyang in the deep pit. There were too many people who wanted to send me to hell, but in the end I was the one who sent them to hell. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and activated the Rising Dragon art. His cultivation instantly soared to the small success imperishable stage. Following closely, a dragon's soul roared out. Ding. The Eye of Heaven directly opened. The soul of the Ice Dragon sneered, "The Eye of Heaven is indeed heaven-defying, but it doesn't seem to be able to replicate the power of law. How would you know if you haven't tried?" Qin Feiyang snorted. The Eye of Heaven exuded a mysterious aura and shrouded the judgment sword. In the end, it really couldn't replicate it. This? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ha! It seems that the Eye of Heaven is not that heaven-defying. Go to hell. The soul of the Ice Dragon laughed. The judgment sword tore through all directions and slashed towards Qin Feiyang's head. In a hurry, Qin Feiyang opened the sword of light and faced the judgment sword. Not bad. In such a short time, you have actually comprehended the first profound divine ability. With your comprehension and potential, it won't be long before the law of light can be on par with this prince. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. The soul of the Ice Dragon's eyes revealed a cruel look. Crack. The judgment sword fell, and the sword of light in Qin Feiyang's hand instantly shattered. Not only the gap in cultivation but also the gap in the power of law. Now, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was at the minor undead realm, while the soul of the Ice Dragon's cultivation was at the perfection undead realm. Qin Feiyang's law of light was only the first profound divine ability, while the soul of the Ice Dragons was the second profound divine ability. So, the gap between them was not small, it was like being separated by a few mountains. The judgment sword shattered the sword of light and went straight towards Qin Feiyang. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang activated the battle secret art. Clang. The judgment sword immediately blasted on the battle armor. The 90% damage immunity of the battle secret art was not a joke. This sword was forcibly blocked. Although it was blocked, Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Battle secret art? The soul of the Ice Dragon murmured. This kid might really not be underestimated, because he had more than one kind of heaven-defying divine weapon. I have to get rid of him quickly. The soul of the Ice Dragon secretly muttered. The judgment sword once again charged towards Qin Feiyang with the power to destroy the world. Qin Feiyang stabilized himself in the air and activated the Eye of Heaven again. It has been proven that you can't replicate the power of law. Why do you still activate the Eye of Heaven? Are you at your wit's end? The soul of the Ice Dragon sneered. Although the power of law can't be replicated, your Ice Dragon domain can. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom. At that moment, his cultivation soared again. Great undead realm, perfection undead realm. What? The soul of the ice dragon was stunned. Didn't this person already activate the rising dragon technique? How could he replicate the ice dragon domain? One had to know. Normally, this kind of divine ability couldn't be stacked. This eye of heaven was really heaven-defying. It forcefully stacked this person's cultivation to the perfection undead realm. In other words, now Qin Feiyang's cultivation was the same as his. The only difference was in the power of law. Clang. The sword of light appeared again and faced the judgment sword. Crack. Without any suspense, the sword of light instantly shattered and the judgment sword once again hit Qin Feiyang's body. But this time, because their cultivation was at the same level, plus the 90% damage immunity of the battle formula, the judgment sword didn't cause too much damage to him. This is the battle formula? Isn't this defensive power too terrifying? The soul of the ice dragon was also shocked. Of course it's terrifying. Because of the 90% damage immunity. Qin Feiyang said. What? 90% damage immunity? The soul of the ice dragon was stunned. Knowing this number, its heart suddenly surged. I have more or less understood your strength. The real battle begins now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the blood-red longsword condensed once again. Its sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. I don't believe that without the slaughter zone, your battle formula can be compared to the power of law. The soul of the ice dragon roared and the judgment sword tore the sky and earth apart. Never underestimate the battle formula. Qin Feiyang whispered, grabbed the blood-red sword and faced the judgment sword. Clang. In an instant, the blood-red sword and the judgment sword collided again. Crack. Immediately there was a loud explosion. Ah, the battle formula is just like this? The soul of the ice dragon laughed. But in the next moment, the smile on its face froze. Because it was shocked to find that it wasn't the blood-red sword that was broken, but the judgment sword. How is this possible? Looking at the judgment sword that was broken into pieces, its eyes opened wide in anger. I said, don't underestimate the battle formula. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly and took the initiative to attack the soul of the ice dragon. Why are you so arrogant? The third profound super ability, Holy Sword of Light, crush it for me. Suddenly, the ice dragon's soul let out a roar, seemingly angry out of humiliation. Clang. The Holy Sword of Light appeared, its destructive aura shattered in all directions. Accompanied by a loud bang, the blood-red sword and the Holy Sword of Light collided. The two were evenly matched. How is this possible? The soul of the ice dragon was in disbelief at this result. One must know. This was the third profound super ability. The battle formula was actually this powerful? In the case of the same cultivation, I have never been afraid of anyone. Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored longsword in his hand. Like a fiend god descending to the mortal world, he slashed out sword after sword. Terrifying sword chi destroyed everything in all directions. I don't believe it. The soul of the ice dragon was also crazily slashing out with the Holy Sword of Light, colliding with the blood-red sword. One was formed by a heaven-defying divine art. The other was formed by the power of law. The two were like real divine weapons, creating dazzling sparks when they collided. Millions of miles had been razed to the ground. The terrifying destructive waves rolled in all directions. The more the soul of the ice dragon fought, the more shocked it became. The battle formula, the kill formula, the eye of heaven, how could a mere human master so many heaven-defying techniques? I remember you said. You and the Sky Dragon's divine art can't be shared. The Sky Dragon's soul's god-slaying formula, you shouldn't be able to activate it either. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. So what if I am? The soul of the ice dragon said angrily. I don't want to do anything. I'm just saying that the battle has been decided. Even if you can activate the god-slaying formula, you're still not my match. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and disappeared in front of the soul of the ice dragon. The movement formula. That's right. In the case of the same cultivation, he had the absolute strength to crush it. For example, the movement formula. As a heaven-defying divine art, its speed was many times faster than a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. On the other hand, the Prince of the Dragon's god-slaying formula was only a heaven-defying slaughter divine art. It didn't have the ability to increase speed. So as long as their cultivation was the same, after activating the movement formula, the Prince of the Dragons wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. As everyone knew, in a battle between experts, speed was also the key to victory. If one side's speed was faster than the other, there was no suspense in the battle. Where is he? As expected. After Qin Feiyang activated the movement formula, the soul of the ice dragon panicked and looked around, trying to find any trace of Qin Feiyang. Can you keep up with my speed? Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared on the left side of the soul of the ice dragon and attacked with his blood-colored sword. The soul of the ice dragon's expression changed and hurriedly grabbed the holy radiant sword to meet the attack. Clang. The two divine weapons clashed, causing the sky to lose its color. Your advantage is gone, but you'll never be able to fill up my advantage. Qin Feiyang slammed his palm on the soul of the ice dragon's chest. Poof. The soul of the ice dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ground like a meteor. This is my advantage, my physical body and strength. Against my supreme-level physical body, what do you have to contend with me? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the blood-colored longsword flew out of his hand. Its sharpness tore the heavens and split the earth as it flew straight towards the soul of the ice dragon below. Chapter 29:36. I can't even defeat him. The ice dragon's soul got up and looked at the blood-red sword coming at it. It couldn't help but go crazy. Before frenzy's petrification almost wiped out all the dragons. Now, Qin Feiyang relied on the eye of heaven to turn the situation around. Why were these people's battle souls so heaven-defying? If Qin Feiyang's cultivation was still at the minor achievement imperishable realm, then even if he had the kill symbol art, even if Qin Feiyang's physical body had reached the level of a supreme being, he still wouldn't be a match for him. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The ice dragon's soul roared and the holy light sword rushed into the sky, crazily attacking the blood-red sword. Crack. With a loud sound, the blood-red sword and the holy light sword shattered at the same time. Destructive waves of air surged in all directions, destroying everything. Have you run out of tricks? Qin Feiyang looked down at the ice dragon's soul. Hearing this, the ice dragon's soul suddenly felt a great sense of humiliation. That was because he had said those words to Qin Feiyang before. How long had it been? Now Qin Feiyang returned it to it without missing a word. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A terrifying and monstrous divine power rolled over from afar, and its aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the divine power. This was the power of the Sky Dragon. And the aura was very familiar, it was the divine power of the Dragon Sovereign. The Great Dragon Sovereign actually sneak attacked a junior, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Qin Feiyang immediately waved his hand and the blood-red sword condensed and slashed out. Now he had the cultivation of the perfect undead stage. Although the Dragon Sovereign's cultivation was at the perfect undead stage, Qin Feiyang still had the kill symbol art. The blood-red sword shattered the sword and directly crushed the divine power. Let's attack together and kill him. The Dragon Sovereign's roar sounded. Then, a group of people came from the horizon in a grandiose manner. They were the supreme experts of the dragons. They had followed the fluctuations of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon Soul. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was alone, he wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang was the real core figure. Only by getting rid of Qin Feiyang would the human side be like a group of dragons without a leader. Only then could this battle be settled. Boom. Following Longzuan's words, the progenitor dragons and the experts immediately unleashed their god force and surged at Qin Feiyang like a raging wave. In order to deal with me, so many people are attacking together. They really think highly of me. However, you're not the only ones who have it. I have it too. Qin Feiyang bellowed. With a thought, a dense crowd of people appeared in the void behind him. They were led by Yi Zhong, Qin Badian, Lu Jingyang, Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast. Next were the Rain Emperor and Ice Emperor. Behind them were the 108 generals. And it wasn't just them. Wang Ming and Yang Li were also standing beside the Rain Emperor and Ice Emperor. Both of them were now at the Great Achievement Eternal Realm. There were also the 6 people including the Straw Sandal Old Man, Li Chang and so on. And behind them, there were more than 10,000 half-step Eternal Realm Supreme Experts. They were all from the Dragon Slayer Palace. During the years of recuperation in the Black Tortoise world, many of the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace who were originally at the Great Achievement Ninth Heaven Realm had stepped into the half-step Eternal Realm. In other words, now Qin Feiyang's strength was no weaker than the dragons. Dragon Sovereign, don't be stubborn. Yi Zhong shouted. Boom. His aura surged out, and his god force roared in all directions. If you bow down and surrender, we can consider sparing your dragon race a way out. Qin Badian and the others also released their auras. The Dragon Sovereign said angrily, A bunch of ants, how dare you challenge me? Ants? Who is the ant now? Li Chang stood beside a group of god generals with a sneer on his face. You traitor, I'll kill you sooner or later. The dragon sovereign shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's fight. Madman landed beside Qin Feiyang with a step, his aura like a rainbow. Seeing Madman stand out, the pupils of the dragons and the others immediately shrank. The scene of being petrified had long been imprinted in their hearts, and they would probably never forget it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Madman alone was enough to destroy all of the dragons. However, for some reason Madman didn't open his blood eye this time. In the blink of an eye, the divine force of the dragons and the others had already charged over. Then let's fight to the death. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the blood-colored longsword slashed out with a monstrous sharpness. Boom. Madman, Yi Zhong and the others, as well as all the half-step immortal realm experts of the Dragon Slayer Palace, also attacked. Divine force roared, converging into a huge wave, and followed the blood-colored sky, crazily attacking. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the blood-colored longsword and the divine force of the dragons collided, and the world trembled. Following closely, the divine force of Madman and the others also arrived. This was the first head-on confrontation between humans and dragons in the truest sense. The earth collapsed and the void shattered. Even the sky was shattering. Destructive fluctuations spread tens of millions of miles away. Half of the northern part was almost razed to the ground. This was a disaster. Fortunately, the living beings of the divine land had already moved, otherwise it would have been a scene of misery and suffering. Now we can't avoid it anymore, kill for me. The dragon sovereign roared. Kill? The tens of thousands of dragon clan members immediately let out thunderous battle cries as they charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned to look at everyone behind him and said with a smile, as the dragon sovereign said, I will avoid this battle and try to save my life as much as possible. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Then, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the dragon sovereign and the others, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, Kill. Kill. At that moment, everyone roared and charged toward the dragons. Those ancestral dragons, I have long found them an eyesore. All of you stand aside, I will kill them. The beast sovereign took a step forward and charged toward the ancestral dragons. But at the same time, the dragon sovereign took a step forward and stood in front of the beast sovereign saying, How dare you speak so arrogantly with your little cultivation base? After saying that, she struck out like lightning and slapped the beast sovereign's chest. The beast sovereign's pupils shrank and he hurriedly dodged. But his speed was much slower than the dragon sovereign's, and he was immediately sent flying, his blood boiling with anger. Qin Feiyang looked at the beast sovereign, then at Yi Zhong, Qin Badian, Lu Jingyang and Supreme Cloud. The dragon sovereign is too strong, please. We will try our best. They took a deep breath and took a step forward at the same time, landing beside the beast sovereign. The dragon sovereign hasn't been dealt with yet, and you want to kill the ancestral dragons? I think you are too arrogant. Supreme Cloud glared at the beast sovereign. Cut the crap, attack. The beast sovereign shouted. Boom. The five people's auras erupted, and they joined forces to attack the dragons. 5 perfected imperishable realm cultivators can't change the situation. The dragon sovereign snorted and displayed terrifying strength, and the dragon aura rolled out and directly sent the 5 people flying. They are indeed very strong. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. No. The Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons were severely damaged by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and could no longer participate in the battle, so they had to rely on themselves. And the dragon sovereign was undoubtedly the most difficult person to deal with. The others' battles also began one after another. Wang Ming, Yang Li, Ice Emperor, and Rain Emperor joined forces to attack the 10 ancestral dragons. Their cultivation bases were the same, and they were at a disadvantage when 4 against 10. However, Wang Ming and the others were not afraid. On the contrary, they were very proud. Because in the past, they could only run away when facing the ancestral dragons. After all, they were only at the initial imperishable realm. But now they had caught up to the various ancestral dragons and were truly competing with them. So, even if it was 4 against 10, they were still full of fighting spirit. Boom. Crack. The battlefield gradually spread to the entire north. This was because Yi Zhong, Dragon Sovereign, and the others were too powerful. They were like half-step undying experts and initial undying experts. Even the fluctuations of the battle were enough to kill them. So, whether it was the Dragon Slayer Palace or the ancestral dragons, they consciously moved the battlefield elsewhere, away from the dragon sovereign Yi Zhong and the others. Qin Feiyang looked around the battlefield and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Lunatic, I'll leave the dragons to you for the time being." "Leave it to me?" Lunatic was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Then what are you going to do?" "Master and the others are facing the dragon sovereign, and Yang Li and the others are facing the 10 ancestral dragons. It's too difficult. So we still need help," Qin Feiyang said. "Help?" Lunatic frowned. Suddenly, the figures of Wang Chang and the others appeared in his mind, and he immediately said, "You mean, Shu?" Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture. He couldn't say the situation of Wang Chang and the others now, otherwise if the dragon sovereign found out, he would definitely erase their divine souls immediately. Similarly, as long as he helped Wang Chang and the others get rid of the fake contract, they could come out to help without any worries. But the premise was that they had to save the other human supreme experts first. But, Lunatic hesitated. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Without the blood eye, I can't beat him." Lunatic transmitted his voice. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lunatic sighed. "The blood eye is the same as your slaughter domain, it can only be opened once a day, and it can only last for an hour each time." This, Qin Feiyang looked at Lunatic in shock. But thinking about it, such a heaven-defying ability should indeed have a time limit, otherwise who could be Lunatic's opponent? Qin Feiyang said, "Then try to stall him, I will try to hurry up." "Okay." Lunatic nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and disappeared without a trace. "Where do you think you are going?" The ice dragon's soul rushed over murderously. "Your opponent is me." Lunatic smiled coldly and stepped forward. "Get lost." The ice dragon's soul shouted. "That depends on whether you have the strength or not." Lunatic activated the blood demon technique, and his cultivation instantly soared to the greater mastery undead stage. "You think I didn't hear your previous voice transmission? Your blood eye can only be opened once a day. Without the blood eye, what can you use to fight me?" "Fine, I will kill you first, then I will kill Qin Feiyang." The ice dragon's soul smiled ferociously, and the holy light sword appeared and slashed at Lunatic. "What? The blood eye can only be opened once a day." In the distant battlefield, the ancestral dragons, revered dragons, and the tens of thousands of dragons were first stunned when they heard the voice of the ice dragon's soul, and then they were overjoyed. The threat of the blood eye was obvious, and it was a thorn in their hearts. Even though they had not fought Lunatic, they had to be on guard against Lunatic's sudden attack. And now, hearing this, they were undoubtedly relieved. "Without the blood eye, you think I am meat on the chopping block?" Lunatic was also angry. "How dare you look down on me?" Golden light burst out, and the sky halberd appeared. He grabbed the sky halberd and fearlessly charged forward. Boom. Clang. The battle began. Lunatic was no match for the holy light sword, the third profound art, and the ice dragon's soul that was one stage higher than him. After a few clashes, he was covered in wounds and his life was in danger. Chapter 2937. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also avoided the battlefield of Long Zun and the ancestral dragons, silently flying into the distance. Dragons and humans were easy to distinguish, especially when fighting. When dragons fought, the dragon might they emitted was very obvious. On the other hand, if there was no dragon might, it meant that this person was a human. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the battlefield and sent a voice transmission. "Little Wimp, where are Wang Chang and the others? Before the castle went out, I sent them out. They are all in the Black Tortoise realm now. But don't worry, I've been watching them," the little boy said. Qin Feiyang said, "Call them to your side." "Okay." The little boy replied and waved his hand. Wang Chang and the others, who were standing in the medicine field below, immediately appeared beside the little boy. "Elder Wang, how many human supreme experts are there in the dragons?" Qin Feiyang's voice immediately sounded in the void. "A total of more than 1,100 people." Wang Chang replied. Now that Qin Feiyang was far away from Long Zun and the Dragon Prince, he was not afraid of the sound transmission. "So many?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. Back then, there were many geniuses among the million people who entered the Divine Dragon Island with you. So after all these years, under the nurturing of the dragons, they have all stepped into the half-step invincible realm," Wang Chang said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately frowned and said to himself, "I don't want to help these people." "What?" Wang Chang was puzzled. "Back then, in the Dragon God Palace, I had already given them a chance. It was they who wanted to continue following the dragons," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang sighed and said, "This old man has also heard of these things. I can understand. So now I only help those human supreme experts. That is, people like you and Li Chang. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Wang Chang replied. If it were him, he would have done the same as Qin Feiyang. Back in the Dragon God Palace, Qin Feiyang and the others had already crushed the divine stone of fate and returned their freedom. It was their own fault for not cherishing it, so these people were not worth helping. Even if he died on the battlefield, he deserved to die. Qin Feiyang said, then all of you should carefully observe the images in the void. As long as you see any of the strongest human beings in the past, tell me immediately. All right. Wang Chang nodded. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang passed by a battlefield. It was a battle between two powerhouses who had just entered the imperishable realm. One of the dragons was a middle-aged man. The other party was naturally a member of the dragon-slaying palace, who was also a middle-aged man. As for the middle-aged man, he did not have any dragon's aura. He was clearly a human. There's no need to differentiate between humans who have just reached the imperishable realm. Because among those million people, not a single one has reached the initial imperishable level. Wang Chang's voice rang. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded, silently approached that person, and then forcibly sent that person to the Black Tortoise realm. With his current cultivation, even if he was close to the battlefield, the concealment technique would not be broken. Now, although he had closed the Eye of Heaven and lost the superposition of the Ice Dragon domain, the Rising Dragon technique was still active. Therefore, he still maintained the cultivation of the initial imperishable realm. And these two people were both at the initial imperishable realm. Their cultivation was weaker than his, so the fluctuations from their battle naturally could not break the concealment technique. However, the middle-aged man from the dragon-slaying palace was surprised when he saw his opponent suddenly disappear. It's me. Don't make a fuss. Continue to help others. Qin Feiyang secretly said something to that person. Then, using the Wa character formula, he rushed to the next battlefield like lightning. Young master? What's going on? The middle-aged man was stunned. He was naturally able to recognize Qin Feiyang's voice. However, Qin Feiyang's actions caused him to be somewhat baffled. At the same time, Black Tortoise World. The middle-aged man from the dragons also appeared beside Wang Chang, the old woman, and the others. The burly man was bewildered. Stay here. Wang Chang said. This voice? The man immediately looked at Wang Chang and the others and said in surprise, Old Wang, didn't you go to the 4 regions separately? Why are you still together? And here, what is this place? This is the Black Tortoise World. Wang Chang said. What? The Black Tortoise World. The big man suddenly turned pale with fright and looked around in bewilderment. This was the Black Tortoise World? Wait. Why were Wang Chang and the others in the Black Tortoise World? Could it be, yes, we have already joined Qin Feiyang. Also, Qin Feiyang sent you to the Black Tortoise World to save you. Wang Chang said. He defected to Qin Feiyang. The man's eyes trembled. Even we understand. Do you still want to work for the dragons? The old woman frowned. No. The man hurriedly shouted. That's enough. The old woman smiled slightly. The middle-aged man frowned and said, But why did Qin Feiyang help me? Because we don't want to give up on you. Wang Chang said. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Chang in a daze and then bowed. Thank you, old Wang. It's fine. Wang Chang waved his hand and looked at the scene in the void. Longzuan and the other ancestral dragons were fighting with Yi Zhong and the others. The battlefield was completely scattered. Therefore, even if the dragon's supreme human experts were sent to the Black Tortoise World by Qin Feiyang, they would not know. Under Wang Chang's guidance, more than 200 people were sent to the Black Tortoise World by Qin Feiyang in a few hundred breaths. Soon, Qin Feiyang rushed to another battlefield. It was a battle between 2 half-step undying experts. Of the 2 fighting here, one was naturally from the dragon-slaying palace and the other was from the dragons. Qin Feiyang was quite unfamiliar with the person from the dragon-slaying palace. But when Qin Feiyang saw the person from the dragons, he was a little stunned. It was actually the purple-clothed young man he met in the cultivation place. It was the person who looked very gentle and harmless, but chose the cave abode at the top of the mountain. At that time, Qin Feiyang was still guessing that this person might be a hypocrite. And Li Xiaofei even scolded this person at that time. He didn't expect that this person had already stepped into the half-step undying realm. It seemed that he really had some skills. The purple-clothed young man and the person from the dragon-slaying palace were evenly matched. Qin Feiyang was about to take action and kill the purple-clothed young man. But suddenly, he turned his head and saw a black-clothed young man flying over. Huh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually another acquaintance. And he was even more familiar than the purple-clothed young man. Was Li Xiaofei. This guy is also here? Qin Feiyang frowned. He took a closer look and found that Li Xiaofei had also stepped into the half-step undying realm. Why didn't he see that this guy was so talented back then? Li Xiaofei, come and help me. The purple-clothed young man also saw Li Xiaofei and hurriedly shouted with joy. The person from the dragon-slaying palace suddenly became nervous. I'm here to help you. Li Xiaofei landed on the purple-clothed young man and said with a smile. The purple-clothed young man nodded and looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace. He sneered and said, then let's join hands and kill him. Okay. Li Xiaofei nodded. Boom. The two of them rushed toward the person from the dragon-slaying palace. You're really good at being a lackey. Qin Feiyang shook his head and was about to kill Li Xiaofei as well. But suddenly, Li Xiaofei, who was rushing toward the person from the dragon-slaying palace, suddenly turned around and slapped the purple-clothed young man's lower abdomen, shattering his energy sea on the spot. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He actually sneak-attacked the purple-clothed young man? The person from the dragon-slaying palace also looked at Li Xiaofei in shock. What are you doing? The purple-clothed young man stared at Li Xiaofei in disbelief. What am I doing? Shouldn't someone like you, who is willing to be a lackey of the dragons, be killed? Li Xiaofei's face was full of disgust. He stepped forward and punched the purple-clothed young man's head. Qin Feiyang and the person from the dragon-slaying palace looked at this scene in shock. Don't be afraid. I'm on your side. Li Xiaofei looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace and said with a smile. On our side? The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. Yes. Li Xiaofei nodded and said, I'm Li Xiaofei, the disciple of Sunlight Emperor. Sunlight Emperor's disciple? The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at Li Xiaofei in shock. Sunlight Emperor was his ancestor Lu Xingyang. Li Xiaofei was actually his ancestor's disciple? I know that you definitely haven't heard of my name because my identity has always been kept a secret. And I used to be the young lord of the south. I sneaked into the Divine Dragon Island under my master's order. This is my identity token. Li Xiaofei looked at the person from the dragon-slaying palace and then took out a token. The person from the dragon-slaying palace carefully checked the token and then quickly bowed and said, Greetings, young lord. Really? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Li Xiaofei nodded to the person from the dragon-slaying palace and put away the token. He glanced at the void and said with a grin, Qin Feiyang, don't hide. Oh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He knew that he was here? The person from the dragon-slaying palace also glanced at the void in surprise. Are you surprised? Li Xiaofei looked at the void where Qin Feiyang was and asked with a smile. Quite surprised. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the void. It's really Qin Feiyang. The person from the dragon-slaying palace was shocked and then hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, young lord. Don't be so polite and don't make a fuss. I have something important to do now. I can't expose my whereabouts. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The person from the dragon-slaying palace bowed and replied. Li Xiaofei, how did you know I was here? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. Sixth sense. Li Xiaofei laughed. Sixth sense? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Back in the cultivation place I told you that my sixth sense is very accurate. You didn't believe me and even treated me as a fraud. Li Xiaofei pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Sixth sense? Only a fool would believe you. Li Xiaofei said, We'll talk about this later. Help me undo the fake contract. Not now. Why don't you go to the Black Tortoise world first? Qin Feiyang said. How long do I have to wait? Li Xiaofei raised his eyebrows. Very soon. Qin Feiyang said. All right then. Send me to the Black Tortoise world. Li Xiaofei said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Li Xiaofei disappeared. Continue to help your companions. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded the person from the dragon-slaying palace and then flew away like lightning. Chapter 2938. Inside the Black Tortoise realm. As soon as Li Xiaofei appeared, he was stunned when he saw the 200 people that Qin Feiyang had sent in. So many people? At that moment, he knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. The old woman walked out and looked at Li Xiaofei. I really didn't expect you to be Sunlight Emperor's disciple. Li Xiaofei was stunned again. He looked at the old woman and then at Wang Chang. There was a trace of surprise on his face. Didn't they go to the 4 major regions? Why were they in the Black Tortoise realm? Li Xiaofei asked, Have you all gone to Qin Feiyang? Yes. The old woman looked at the image in the void and nodded. When did this happen? Li Xiaofei was stunned. Not long ago. The old woman said. Not long ago? Li Xiaofei was slightly stunned. He pondered for a while and said, Did you come to Qin Feiyang immediately after you left? Yes. The old woman nodded. Li Xiaofei shook his head and laughed. Longzun still thinks that you have sneaked into the 4 major regions. If she knows that you have been in the Black Tortoise realm all this time, she will probably be furious. We have done too many wrong things over the years. How can we bear to hurt the creatures of the 4 major regions? The old woman shook her head and sighed. Outside, Qin Feiyang kept rushing to various battlefields. One by one, the human supreme experts were sent to the Black Tortoise realm. At that moment, there were already more than 700 people gathered around Wang Chang and the others. Wang Chang glanced at everyone and said, Qin Feiyang, that's about it. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped in the void and scanned the battlefields around. There were also many human supreme experts fighting with the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace. But they had all entered the Divine Dragon Island with Qin Feiyang. So, Qin Feiyang had no sympathy for these people. Swoosh. In the next moment, he was in the Black Tortoise realm. The gazes of everyone present all landed on Qin Feiyang. Long story short. Before the battle is over, you must be under my control, Qin Feiyang said. One of the men said, Elder Wang has already told us. We have no objections. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. His hands continued to form seals, enslavement seals appearing one after another. Do I have to be controlled by you first? Li Xiaofei asked. You are the ancestor's disciple. Would I dare to control you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. With a wave of his hand, more than 700 slave seals instantly entered everyone's heads. Outside, Long Zun had single-handedly suppressed Yi Zhong's group of 5. It could be said that in front of Long Zun, Yi Zhong's group of 5 did not even have the slightest chance of victory. That was because Long Zun surpassed the 5 of them in both cultivation and the power of laws. Although not much time had passed, their bodies were already riddled with wounds. Do you think you can contend against me just because you've broken through to the great circle of the undying realm? Without any heaven-defying divine items, I alone can annihilate all of you. Long Zun was overbearing as he charged towards Yi Zhong. I don't really care about the Beast Emperor's betrayal, but your betrayal has made me very disappointed. I will kill you first and let you know the consequences of betraying me. But at this moment, the brave and invincible Long Zun's body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Yi Zhong's group of 5 was shocked. Who cares what's going on? Take her life while she's sick. Cloud Sovereign shouted. The 5 of them immediately charged towards Long Zun. Scram. Long Zun roared. The aura of a peak imperishable stage expert erupted like a volcano. The 5 of them were sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of their mouths. This is impossible? Long Zun shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded as he appeared beside Yi Zhong's group of 5. What did you do? Long Zun stared at Qin Feiyang. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. With a wave of his hand, Wang Chang and more than 700 people appeared. Wang Chang. Long Zun looked at Wang Chang and his eyes trembled. Yes, it's me. Wang Chang nodded. You actually betrayed me too. Long Zun roared. It's not betrayal, it's awakening. If this old man were to continue to follow you and bring disaster upon the world, then this old man would truly become a sinner for all eternity. Wang Chang said. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Long Zun roared as if he had gone mad. At this moment, screams of agony rang out from the various battlefields. On a nearby battlefield, a half-step imperishable stage expert was fighting with the people of the dragon-slaying palace. But suddenly, that person let out a blood-curdling scream, then fell straight to the ground, dead. Looking at his divine soul again, it had already disappeared. At the same time, on another battlefield, 2 middle-aged burly men were fighting fiercely. One of them was from the dragon-slaying palace, and the other was naturally a human dragon race expert. This human dragon race expert had already gained the upper hand and forced the person from the dragon-slaying palace to retreat. As long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to kill the person from the dragon-slaying palace. But suddenly, he also let out a scream and fell to the ground, dead on the spot. The person from the dragon-slaying palace was stunned. What was going on? Similar situations were happening in many other places. Just like these 2 people, there was no warning at all. With a single scream they died. The others didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feiyang and the others knew very well. Looking at this scene, their faces were filled with lingering fear. As they expected, Long Zun was exasperated and wiped out the divine souls of all the human experts. Fortunately, they had saved everyone in advance. Otherwise, the people around them would have died. Even Li Xiaofei would have died. You are really ruthless. We didn't save those people, which means that we have already given up on them. Furthermore, they are loyal and devoted to your dragon clan to begin with. Yet, you didn't even bother to say anything and directly killed them. Are we humans really so cheap in your eyes? Wang Chang looked at Long Zun with grief and indignation. That's right. Whether it's them, you, or even Yi Zhong, you are just a chess piece in my hands. Your lives are not as valuable as a dog. Long Zun laughed sinisterly. Bastard. Wang Chang roared and slapped at Long Zun. You overestimate yourself. Long Zun smiled disdainfully, and a surge of divine power surged toward Wang Chang. Retreat. Qin Baishan's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped in front of Wang Chang. He looked at Long Zun coldly and said, Do you really think you are invincible? Boom. A monstrous aura erupted. Qin Baishan's cultivation also stepped into the perfected indestructible realm in an instant. Following closely, Qin Badian slapped out, and Long Zun's divine power dissipated on the spot. Long Zun was stunned. I, Qin Badian, am not an undeserved reputation. Qin Badian looked at Long Zun coldly. This should be a divine art to increase cultivation. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Baishan's back, and his heart could not help but calm down. Previously he was worried that no one could compete with Long Zun. Because Long Zun's cultivation was too strong, if no one restrained her, then the chances of winning this battle were really not high. But now, Qin Badian stood up. Although Qin Baishan's power of law was not as good as Long Zun's, their cultivation was about the same. With Yi Zhong, Cloud Sovereign, Beast Sovereign, and Lu Xingyang assisting from the side, there was no problem restraining Long Zun. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang and the others and shouted, You guys go and help. Boom. At that moment, more than 700 people erupted with a monstrous aura and disappeared in all directions, heading to the various battlefields to support. Elder Wang, go and help Yang Li and the others. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang and said, Okay. Wang Chang nodded, took a step forward, and rushed to the battlefield of Yang Li and the others and the 10 ancestor dragons. What about me? Li Xiaofei asked. Up to you. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, and then glanced at the battlefield of Frenzy and the Prince of the Dragons, frowning slightly and said, Master, where is Frenzy? He and the Prince of the Dragons went over there. Yi Zhong pointed to the north. I'll go and support them now, you guys be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded, and then used the walk formula and rushed to the north. Lu Xiaofei looked at Qin Feiyang's back, and then looked at Lu Xingyang and said, Master, where am I going? Do whatever you want, just don't embarrass me. Lu Xingyang smiled. Okay. Li Xiaofei nodded and also disappeared from the battlefield. In the north, about 10 million miles away from the battlefield of Long Zun and Yi Zhong, there was an even more tragic battlefield. Blood prison, explode for me. That's right. This was the battlefield of Frenzy and the Prince of the Dragons. Frenzy was bathed in blood all over, and one of his arms had been shattered. What was more terrifying was that there was a fist-sized blood puppet on his chest, and blood was gushing out. There was also an insoluble weakness between his eyebrows. To be honest, under the situation where he couldn't open his blood eye, it was already very impressive that Frenzy could fight with the Ice Dragon Soul for so long. Boom. Following his roar, the blood prison exploded in the void, and a destructive wave of air swept out in all directions. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Ice Dragon Soul sneered, and the Holy Radiant Sword was invincible and crushed the wave of air. Then, the Holy Radiant Sword's edge surged, and countless wounds appeared all over Frenzy's body. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he crashed to the ground in a sorry state. What is this Qin Feiyang doing? Why isn't he back yet? At this moment, he was quite anxious in his heart because he was about to reach his limit. An ant will always be an ant. Now this prince will send you to the Western Paradise. The Ice Dragon Soul's face was cold, and the Holy Radiant Sword was blooming with a bright divine light, and a sword slashed towards Frenzy. Damn it! Frenzy roared in his heart. Wait. But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Then, he took a step into the sky and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The Ice Dragon Soul raised its eyebrows. Frenzy said, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at myself. Laughing at yourself? Are you crazy? The ice dragon soul was speechless. Yes. I'm really crazy to actually ignore such an important matter. I remember you said that you and the Sky Dragon Soul's divine art are unable to be the same. You shouldn't be able to open the Sky Dragon's sacred dragon domain. And this is your Achilles heel. Frenzy's body was overflowing with killing intent, and he roared, "Blood demon domain, open for me." A huge blood-red barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped the entire area. The Ice Dragon Soul's cultivation suddenly began to plummet. Originally, the Ice Dragon Soul was at the Perfection Undead stage, but as it plummeted, it fell to the Perfection Ninth Heaven stage. Chapter 29:39. The Ice Dragon Soul's expression froze. Although the Ice Dragon Soul's cultivation had plummeted, the Radiant Saint Sword's aura had also plummeted. With your current Perfection 9 Heavens Realm cultivation, even if you have the third profound divine ability, what's the use? The madman stepped forward and his aura surged towards the Radiant Saint Sword. With a loud crack, the Radiant Saint Sword shattered. One had to know. His cultivation was still at the Great Success Undead Realm. The Great Success Undead Realm and the Perfection 9 Heavens Realm were completely different. See, this is your weakness. I'm really stupid. I didn't think of this until now. The madman shook his head in self-mockery. Weakness. Don't you know that Sky Dragon and I can switch at any time? The Ice Dragon's soul sneered at the madman. In the next moment, the Prince of Dragons' aura changed and a sacred aura spread out. Obviously, the Ice Dragon's soul had already retreated and the Sky Dragon's soul was controlling the body. Saint Dragon's domain. The Prince of Dragons spoke in a gentle tone. As his voice fell, a barrier flashing with divine light appeared and instantly enveloped the madman. The madman's cultivation also began to plummet. Sky Dragon? The madman frowned. Yes. The Prince of Dragons nodded with a smile. You guys are really troublesome. The madman was a bit annoyed and threw a life divine pill into his mouth. Same here. The Prince of Dragons smiled. However, no matter how you switch, you won't be my match. The madman said. Because they couldn't use the same god technique, the Ice Dragon Soul's god technique also disappeared as the Sky Dragon controlled the body. This was the Ice Dragon's domain. With the Ice Dragon controlling the body, even if he was affected by the Blood Demon's domain, his cultivation could still be maintained at the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. But now, with the Ice Dragon's domain gone, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation dropped to the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. But the madman was different. Even if he was affected by the Sky Dragon's domain, he still had the Blood Demon technique. The Blood Demon technique could increase his cultivation by 3 small realms. So, even though Prince Dragons had opened the Heavenly Dragon domain, Madman's cultivation was still at the peak 9 Heavens realm. It was even stronger than the Prince of the Dragons' 9th Heaven realm. I know. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. Why are you still so calm when you know? Madman was surprised. Of course. Because I also know that without the Blood Eye and the Blood Devil Tower, it would be very difficult for you to kill me. The Prince of Dragons said. Who gave you the confidence? The madman roared and the blood prison appeared once more. Domain of Divinity. The Prince of the Dragons waved his hand and activated his fighting soul. The blood prison immediately disappeared. Divine Art Nullification. The madman muttered and said angrily, if you have the ability, then invalidate the heaven-defying divine artifact for me. As the golden light surged, a golden halberd appeared. Madman grabbed the halberd and charged at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and the deity vanquishing sword appeared. Clang. He also grabbed the deity vanquishing sword and charged at the madman. The two of them once again clashed. But because of the difference in cultivation, the Prince of the Dragons was no match for him. Not long later, the Prince of the Dragons' body was also covered in wounds. So, at this time, a figure broke through the air like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Looking at the madman who was suppressing the Prince of the Dragons, Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise. Didn't this guy say that he wasn't a match for the Prince of the Dragons? Why was he still suppressing the Prince of the Dragons? Wait a minute. Suddenly, he noticed the temperament of the Prince of the Dragons. This wasn't the Ice Dragon Soul but the Sky Dragon Soul. Why is the Sky Dragon Soul dominating the body? Isn't the Ice Dragon Soul stronger? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. When he saw the madman's blood demon domain, he suddenly realized. Yes, the strength of the Ice Dragon Soul was indeed strong. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to be his opponent, but the madman was an exception. Because the madman controlled the blood demon domain. The blood demon domain deprived him of 5 small realms of cultivation. No matter how strong the ice dragon soul was, it could only be beaten up in the face of the blood demon domain. That was why he let the sky dragon soul come out. However, the sky dragon soul was not a match for the madman. Although the madman was unable to open the blood eye and the blood demon tower was heavily damaged and unable to participate in the battle, the Prince of the Dragon's Ice Dragon Holy Sword was also restrained by the ancient castle. In terms of methods, he felt that the madman was still better. But if the Sky Dragon Soul and the Ice Dragon Soul's divine arts could be used together, then the Prince of the Dragons would truly be invincible. Because if they were used together, the Prince of the Dragons would be able to control the Sky Dragon domain and the Ice Dragon domain at the same time. The madman and the Prince of the Dragons also sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. The madman shouted, "There's no need for you to interfere here, I can take care of him. Go help me deal with the Dragon Sovereign." "Help me deal with Mother?" When the Prince of the Dragons heard the madman's words, his eyes trembled slightly, and then a trace of struggle appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. If he really went to deal with his mother, coupled with Yi Zhong and the others, then his mother's situation would be worrying. "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and looked at the madman. "Of course." The madman said. "Good." Qin Feiyang nodded. But just as Qin Feiyang turned around, the Prince of the Dragons sighed, "It seems that I have to take this step." Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the Prince of the Dragons suspiciously. The Prince of the Dragons took a step back, looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the madman and shook his head. "You two are really a headache. Don't pretend to be mysterious. If you have any trump cards, just show them," the madman said. The Prince of the Dragons shook his head and whispered, "For Mother, for the dragons, for the people, you won't object, right?" It seemed like he was talking to himself, but he was actually asking the Ice Dragon's soul. Shwa. As his voice fell, the Ice Dragon's soul appeared beside the Prince of the Dragons, but it kept its head down and remained silent. "I know that after we fuse, one of us will disappear. But if you are willing, I choose to disappear." The Prince of the Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon's soul and said, "You?" The Ice Dragon's soul suddenly raised its head and looked at the Prince of the Dragons in disbelief. "Fuse? Disappear?" Qin Feiyang landed beside the madman and frowned. "What are they trying to do?" "I don't know." The madman shook his head. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon's soul and smiled. "I don't ask for much as long as you help me take care of my mother and people." The Ice Dragon's soul asked, "Are you really willing to sacrifice yourself to preserve my consciousness?" "You and I both know that whether it is Qin Feiyang or the madman, they are both powerful opponents. Just one of us can't defeat them, let alone the two of them working together. So we must fuse. Only after we fuse can we be considered complete. That's the only way we can become stronger. So I am willing to sacrifice." The Prince of the Dragons smiled. "Only after we fuse can we be considered complete," Qin Feiyang murmured and pondered for a while. His eyes trembled slightly. "Are they going to fuse into one?" Chapter 2940. 2 into 1. Madman was shocked. If they could really merge into one, then wouldn't their divine arts be the same? In that case, the Prince of the Dragons would be powerful to an astonishing extent. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Heavenly Dragon Domain, Ice Dragon Domain, God's Domain, 3 levels of the Law of Light. These were all earth-shattering methods. If they were all controlled by the Prince of the Dragons, then who would be his opponent? The Prince of the Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman, then looked at the soul of the Ice Dragon and smiled. "Don't hesitate, let's begin." "All right." The soul of the Ice Dragon nodded and instantly entered the Prince of the Dragon's head. The Prince of the Dragons also closed his eyes. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying dragon might burst out from his body. At the same time, the Prince of the Dragon's body also released 2 different divine lights. One was a sacred milky white divine light. The other was a pure white ice crystal light. Moreover, his temperament also changed. One was a transcendent indifference, the other was fierce, cold-blooded, and ruthless. The 2 completely different temperaments mixed together like the combination of a god and a demon. This change didn't last for long. Suddenly, the ice crystal-like divine light, the fierce, cold-blooded, and ruthless temperament began to dissipate. And as these dissipated, the milky white divine light, as well as the transcendent temperament, became more and more intense. After a few breaths, the Prince of the Dragon's entire body could no longer sense any hostility, as if a god had returned, a sacred aura enveloping all directions. Then, the Prince of the Dragons slowly opened his eyes. Those gem-like eyes revealed a trace of disappointment as he muttered, "In the end, you still chose to disappear." Fused? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons in surprise. At this moment, they couldn't feel the slightest aura of the dragon's soul from the Prince of the Dragons. In other words, the one who chose to disappear in the end was actually the soul of the Ice Dragon. The Prince of the Dragons raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman, asking, "Do you know what will happen after I fuse with the soul of the Ice Dragon?" The two shook their heads. "After we fuse, the consciousness of one side will disappear forever. Originally, I planned to sacrifice myself to preserve the consciousness of the Ice Dragon's soul. But in the end, the soul of the Ice Dragon chose to let my consciousness remain. In other words, now the consciousness of the Ice Dragon's soul is gone." The Prince of Dragons said. "Disappear forever?" Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other in surprise. The soul of the Ice Dragon had never given them a good impression, but they had never thought that it would choose to sacrifice itself. This was worthy of respect. To be honest, I never thought that things would come to this. Although the soul of the Ice Dragon has always wanted to compete with me for control of my physical body, I really do care about him. He's as good as my brother," the Prince of Dragons said dejectedly. "I understand. Although I don't have two souls, I used to have inner demons. He was the same in the beginning. He wanted to seize control of his body at every moment. However, later on we got along very well. Furthermore, we were like brothers. Later on he also disappeared. But do you know how he disappeared?" As Qin Feiyang said this, he clenched his fists and stared at the Prince of Dragons. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Inner demons?" The Prince of Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "How did he disappear?" "Your father." Qin Feiyang said word by word. "Father?" The Prince of Dragons was stunned. "That's right. Back then, in order to save the living beings of a continent, I opened the gate of rebirth. In the end I almost died. In order to save me, the inner demons went to the miracle alone. And in the miracle, he met your father, the dragon god of your dragons." Qin Feiyang said. "My father killed him?" The Prince of Dragons asked. "Yes. Although in the end, your father asked the guardian of the miracle to send a divine pill to bring me back to life, in my heart, I really can't forgive your father. Because I would rather die myself than let the inner demons die for me." Qin Feiyang roared, his face full of pain. The Prince of Dragons said, "So you and my father have known each other for a long time?" "Yes. We knew each other before entering the ancient world. But I don't have any good feelings for him," Qin Feiyang said. "Although the death of the inner demons made you suffer, it might not be my father's fault. Perhaps, it was an equal transaction between them. Using his life in exchange for yours," the Prince of Dragons said. Qin Feiyang said, "Even so, if it was you, would you be able to let it go?" "No." The Prince of Dragons shook his head. "Isn't that right? Besides, your father didn't just do this to me. In short, if I have the chance, I won't hesitate to kill your father." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said with a murderous aura, "Don't look for my father, the son will pay for the father's debts. Come find me. Today let's settle this once and for all." Ice Dragon Domain. The Prince of Dragons took a step forward, and his cultivation suddenly soared. As expected, Qin Feiyang and the madman's hearts trembled. After the fusion, the Prince of Dragons had already grasped the Ice Dragon Domain. Boom. The next moment, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation rose to the perfection 9th heaven realm. Because the madman's blood demon domain was still there. Without the blood demon domain, the Prince of Dragons' cultivation would have risen to the perfection undead realm. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior brother madman, remove the blood demon domain." "What?" The madman frowned. "It's meaningless." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Opening the blood demon domain couldn't kill the Prince of Dragons, so it was better to close it and let everyone fight. "All right." The madman nodded, and with a thought, the blood demon domain collapsed. Seeing this, the Prince of Dragons also dispersed the heavenly dragon domain. He clearly understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. "Don't play these tricks, let's fight." With the disappearance of the heavenly dragon domain, the madman's cultivation also recovered to the perfection undead realm under the buff of the blood demon technique. Qin Feiyang was still using the rising dragon technique, so his cultivation was also at the minor perfection undead realm. "My rising dragon technique is not like your blood demon technique in Ice Dragon Domain. The rising dragon technique has a time limit, and there isn't much time left. Make your move. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and a blood-colored sword appeared. The madman waved his hand, and the sky piercer appeared. The Prince of Dragons grabbed at the air, and the god-vanquishing sword condensed. Clang. The weapons formed by the three heaven-defying techniques emitted an apocalyptic aura. Kill. Almost at the same time. The three of them roared and charged at each other. Clang. Boom. In just an instant, the three of them clashed together. The blood-colored sword, the sky piercer, and the god-vanquishing sword crazily clashed, and the destructive fluctuations were earth-shattering. Chapter 29:41. The collision of the three heaven-defying divine arts was enough to destroy the world. The humans and dragons on the various battlefields in the distance all sensed it. They were shocked. They were naturally familiar with the aura of Qin Feiyang and the other two. They were clearly three rising stars, but their battle fluctuations were not the least bit inferior to Long Zun, Qin Badian, and the rest. It wasn't difficult to determine that these three people were the key to this battle. They would affect the outcome of this battle. They are indeed strong. Li Xiaofei helped a companion kill a dragon and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the other two with envy in his eyes. Although Qin Feiyang didn't know him, he had long known Qin Feiyang. As the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace, he was also secretly comparing. He didn't want to lose to Qin Feiyang, so he worked very hard. But the truth was, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't seem to catch up to Qin Feiyang's footsteps. It seems that the world now belongs to these three people. Li Xiaofei shook his head and rushed to the next battlefield. After Long Zun wiped out the divine souls of all the supreme humans, the dragons were now all divine dragons. Some had already revealed their true bodies. There were divine dragons that were thousands of feet long, and there were also divine dragons that were thousands of feet long. At this moment, the battle had spread to the entire north, and the large and small battlefields were bleeding. Mountains collapsed and the earth sank. The divine dragons were wailing, and the humans were also roaring in grief. This was a very cruel battle. Blood stained the earth. Bang. Hundreds of breaths passed. Accompanied by a loud bang, Qin Feiyang and Madman smashed into the ground below like two blood-stained meteorites. When they landed, they spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the Dragon Prince stood against the wind, and the power of the heavenly dragons lingered around his body. He was like a dragon emperor descending into the world, and his mighty dragon aura shook the world. So strong. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. After the fusion, the Dragon Clan Prince was simply an invincible existence. Indeed strong. Madman crawled up in a sorry state as he kept spitting out blood. The Dragon Prince was already at the small success imperishable stage, and now with the addition of the Ice Dragon domain, he was at the great perfection imperishable stage. But he and Qin Feiyang, one was in the major undead realm, the other was in the minor undead realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 or 2 minor realms, in the undead realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. The most important thing was, they couldn't use their trump cards now. The Blood Eye and the Slaughter Field would only open after midnight. Even if I'm strong, I still have to fight. Qin Feiyang shouted. Yes. The future of mankind is in our hands. We must win this war. The madman took a step forward. His blood-stained hair danced wildly as a terrifying baleful aura spread out in all directions. Blood Prison. Soul Extinguishing Technique. The two of them shouted. The Blood Prison and the Soul Extermination Technique were both supreme killing techniques that targeted the soul. They crazily attacked the Prince of the Dragons. Domain of Divinity. The Prince of the Dragons said faintly. The moment the Domain of Divinity appeared, the Soul Extinguishing Technique and the Blood Prison immediately dissipated. Damn, this is too abnormal. The madman cursed. Otherwise, why would it be called the Domain of Divinity? Qin Feiyang said. There wasn't much time left for the Rising Dragon's secret art. They had to end the battle quickly. Qin Feiyang's body shook. The purple gold dragon soul roared out and the Eye of Heaven instantly opened. Not only was the Domain of Divinity replicated, but even the Ice Dragon soul was replicated. Boom. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's cultivation rose from the minor undead realm all the way to the great perfection imperishable stage. Your battle soul, isn't it abnormal? The Prince of the Dragons said. Same to you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the blood-red sword appeared again, slashing at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons looked dignified. Because Qin Feiyang was also an invincible existence in the same realm. Not long ago, the battle between Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon Soul was the best example. At that time, facing the great perfection imperishable stage Ice Dragon Soul, Qin Feiyang opened the Eye of Heaven and replicated the Ice Dragon domain to suppress the Ice Dragon soul. However, this was because the Ice Dragon soul couldn't use the God-extinguishing art, so it was suppressed by Qin Feiyang. Because only the God-extinguishing art could compete with the kill art. But now, after the fusion, whether it was his own means or the Ice Dragon soul's means, he could use them all. So the outcome of the battle was still hard to predict. The Prince of the Dragons grabbed the God-extinguishing art and went forward. Clang. The two God-extinguishing arts constantly collided. After his cultivation was raised to the great perfection imperishable stage, Qin Feiyang was no longer at a disadvantage when facing the Prince of the Dragons. The strength of the two was completely equal. Madman didn't make a move for the time being, taking the opportunity to heal the injuries on his body and his shattered arm. The battle became more and more intense. Neither of them opened any other God-extinguishing arts. Because it was useless. The Prince of the Dragons had the God domain. Qin Feiyang also replicated the God domain. Those below the heaven-defying stage couldn't break through the God domain. This was a confrontation of heaven-defying arts. Gotcha. The battle lasted for about 100 breaths. The God-extinguishing art and the blood-colored sword shattered at the same time. The two immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Let's end it. After Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, he opened the 3,000 incarnations. The 3,000 incarnations suddenly appeared in the void behind him. 3,000 incarnations, the Prince of the Dragons murmured. Clang. The next moment, the 3,000 incarnations activated the kill art at the same time. 3,000 incarnations, 3,000 blood-colored swords, the sharpness tore through heaven and earth. Do you know why I didn't fight when you repeatedly went to Divine Dragon Island to provoke me? The Prince of the Dragons suddenly spoke. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Prince of the Dragons said, I'm just thinking about how to break your 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and asked, then have you thought of a way to break it? Actually, it's very simple. The Prince of the Dragons took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang with the God domain. The God domain instantly enveloped the 3,000 incarnations. Just as the 3,000 incarnations were enveloped by the God domain, they all dissipated in the void. The Prince of the Dragons smiled and said, the way to break the 3,000 incarnations is the God domain. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the empty void, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The God domain can make God arts ineffective, but it can't make heaven-defying arts ineffective. Now, all 3,000 incarnations have been annihilated, which means that although your 3,000 incarnations seem to be heaven-defying arts, they are not heaven-defying arts. The Prince of the Dragons said. God domain. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This dragon race prince was indeed a fellow that gave people a headache. Especially the God domain. Although his God domain had not reached the level of a heaven-defying battle soul, its power was comparable to the 3,000 incarnations. The Prince of the Dragons said, so now, the 3,000 incarnations are useless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, you are the first person who can break my 3,000 incarnations. I'm honored. The Prince of the Dragons nodded. But the battle still has to continue. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and activated the battle formula, movement formula, and kill formula in an instant. The Prince of the Dragons immediately retreated. But Qin Feiyang's movement formula was faster. After all, it was a heaven-defying art. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang appeared behind the Prince of the Dragons and slapped the prince's back. Whether it's speed, strength, or physical strength, I can't compare with you. But it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. God-slaying armor. The Prince of the Dragons said without turning his head, and a set of sacred armor suddenly appeared on his body. This armor covered his entire body and was invulnerable. Qin Feiyang slapped the armor, and most of the power was actually dissipated by the armor. At the same time, the Prince of the Dragons punched Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang also had the battle formula to protect his body. Both of them took a step back. Qin Feiyang looked at the God-slaying armor on the Prince of the Dragons in shock. The God-slaying art has a total of 2 moves. One is the God-slaying art, and the other is this God-slaying armor. The Prince of the Dragons stabilized his body and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said in disbelief, even now, you are still hiding your strength. Now that it's gone, this is all my strength. The Prince of the Dragons said. God-slaying armor, God-slaying sword, Qin Feiyang muttered. It was too difficult to deal with. The God-slaying armor and the battle character formula were similar in nature. It was very difficult to break the defense of the God-slaying armor. However, he had another advantage, and that was his speed. Swish. The next moment, Qin Feiyang used the movement formula, held the blood-colored sword in his hand, and launched an attack. The Prince of the Dragons could not keep up with his speed and could only defend passively. Clang. As long as there was a chance, Qin Feiyang would use the blood-colored sword to attack the god-slaying armor. Because only the blood-colored sword could break the defense of the god-slaying armor. Crack. Very soon, cracks appeared on the god-slaying armor. Although the Prince of the Dragons looked calm on the surface, his heart was getting heavier and heavier. To deal with the current Qin Feiyang, he had to have the same speed. However, he did not have a heaven-defying technique like the movement formula. This was his biggest disadvantage. How could he defeat the current Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, while he was fighting, he looked up at the sky. The sky was dark. This was caused by the battle. The battles on the various battlefields were extremely intense, causing the sky that was originally shining with the sun to become unusually dark, as if night had fallen. But he knew that it was still morning. This was because the battle started in the morning. For the time being, he did not have to worry about Qin Feiyang's slaughter field and Frenzy's blood-colored eye. This was because the slaughter field and the blood-colored eye could only be activated in the early morning. Early morning. Time, got it? Suddenly, the Prince of the Dragon's eyes lit up and his battle intent surged. He continued to fight with Qin Feiyang. His injuries were also worsening. This feeling of only being able to defend passively made him very uncomfortable. But it did not matter. He just needed to persevere a little longer. Time passed quietly. Crack. Suddenly, there was an ear-piercing crisp sound from the god-slaying armor and it broke into pieces. Now is the time. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Using the movement formula, he rushed behind the Prince of the Dragons at an extremely shocking speed and slashed out with the blood-colored sword. The Prince of the Dragons suddenly felt a fatal crisis. In a hurry, he used the god-slaying formula to block the blood-colored sword. Immediately, his arm could not help but go numb. Qin Feiyang's power was too terrifying. The god-slaying formula almost slipped out of his hand. Chapter 2942. Kill him. Madman roared from below. Slash. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches as he put away the blood-colored sword and slashed again with all his strength with a roar. Seeing this, Prince Dragons quickly raised his other arm and grabbed the god-slaying sword with both hands. Clang. The blood-colored sword fell, accompanied by a deafening sound, and the god-slaying art was immediately cut in half. The blood-colored sword carried a monstrous sharpness as it went straight for Prince Dragons' head. Just as Prince Dragons was about to be killed, Qin Feiyang's cultivation suddenly plummeted to the initial imperishable realm. What's going on? Madman was stunned. I've been waiting for this moment. Prince Dragons, on the other hand, was shaken as he slapped Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen with his palm. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. His lower abdomen caved in as blood splattered everywhere. And his aura also dissipated. Qin Feiyang. After this period of recuperation, Madman's arm had been reconstructed. Seeing this, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly ran towards Qin Feiyang. How are you? Madman was extremely worried as he looked at Qin Feiyang lying on the ground. Because Prince Dragons didn't show any mercy in that palm. On Qin Feiyang's face, one could clearly see a pale and weak state. Not good. My chi-si is shattered. Qin Feiyang spoke as he coughed up blood, his weakness becoming more and more obvious. The Prince of the Dragon Clan's palm strike was almost fatal to him. Because this palm hit his chi-si. Once his chi-si was shattered, he would temporarily become a cripple and would no longer be able to participate in the battle. Chi-si shattered. Madman's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. He hurriedly took out a Life Divine pill and a Spirit Sea pill and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. He said in a deep voice, "How did it suddenly become like this? It's time for the Rising Dragon art." Qin Feiyang sighed. I see. Madman nodded in realization. Yes. It's very, very difficult to defeat you. And the only chance is to wait until the time limit of the Rising Dragon technique has passed. As long as the Rising Dragon technique's time is up, then even if you keep replicating the Ice Dragon domain, your cultivation will instantly fall to the small success Immortal realm. The Prince of Dragons stood in the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang. He was also in a very sorry state. Not only was his body covered in wounds, but there were also several bloody holes on his body, from which dragon blood was constantly flowing out. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You are indeed a formidable opponent. In such a dangerous battle, if it were anyone else, they would have lost their composure long ago, but the Prince of Dragons was able to maintain his calm. This kind of calm temperament was simply frightening. You flatter me. Now that your Sea of Qi has been destroyed, you no longer have the strength to fight. Madman can't open his blood eye right now, so the outcome of this battle has been decided. Follow me, let's do something for the ancient world together. The Prince of Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and said. He really admired Qin Feiyang and the madman and didn't want to kill them. Do something for the ancient world? The madman sneered, stood up and looked at the Prince of Dragons. Will your mother allow it? After this battle, I will persuade my mother to no longer interfere with the matters of the ancient world. In other words, as long as you follow me, the ancient world will be our world in the future. Don't you want to protect the living beings of the ancient world? Actually, this is also a method. It's not that you have to get rid of us dragons for the ancient world to be peaceful. Moreover, as long as we shake hands and make peace, whether it's the Dragon Slayer Temple or us, no one will be sacrificed. The Prince of Dragons said. It makes sense. The madman nodded. The Prince of Dragons smiled. So, you agree? Agree, your sister. The madman roared, releasing his aura. The Prince of Dragons said, if you really like my sister, I can also make the decision to let her marry you. The madman was startled. Really? Although my sister is naughty, she's actually quite a good person. If you really succeed, then we can be even closer. The Prince of Dragons smiled. What kind of joke is this? How can I marry your sister? The battle isn't over yet. The madman roared, activating the blood demon technique. He rushed into the sky and the halberd appeared. He grabbed the halberd and charged at the Prince of Dragons. Blood demon technique. Qin Feiyang murmured and suddenly slapped his head. Why was he so stupid before and ignored the madman's blood demon technique? The blood demon technique was stronger than the ice dragon domain and could increase one's cultivation by 3 small realms. Before, he shouldn't have copied the ice dragon domain, but the blood demon technique. If he copied the blood demon technique and used the rising dragon technique, his cultivation could increase to the great perfection imperishable realm. Great perfection imperishable realm. Not to mention the Prince of Dragons, even the revered dragons weren't his match. He had really made a fatal mistake. Just as Qin Feiyang was extremely angry, the madman and the Prince of Dragons had already started fighting. With the absolute suppression of cultivation, the god-vanquishing sword tore through the sky and shattered the madman's halberd in just a few moments. Shwa. Following closely. The Prince of Dragons slapped at the madman's Qi-Si. Scram. The madman roared. If even his Qi-Si was shattered, then they would completely lose this battle. The second profound ability of the Law of Slaughter, the God-Killing Sword, appeared and blasted at the God-Vanquishing Sword. Clang. The two collided. The God-Killing Sword also shattered. But the madman took the opportunity to retreat, looking extremely miserable. Qi-Si, I must immediately repair my Qi-Si. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang's heart was burning with anxiety. The current Prince of Dragons was too strong. With the madman's current strength, it was impossible to defeat him. Unless he opened the blood eye. But the blood eye could only be opened after midnight. So the only way now was to repair his Qi-Si, open the Eye of Heaven, and copy the madman's blood demon technique. Don't be so stubborn. Since we can solve this peacefully, why must we pay with our lives? The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman with a trace of anger in his eyes. Peace? If you dragons really yearn for peace, why did you treat us humans like this all these years? Just like the dragon vanquishing palace. Don't tell me that you still don't understand the root cause of the dragon vanquishing palace's appearance? The madman shouted. Because of me? The Prince of Dragons frowned. Yes. The dragon vanquishing palace was born because of Qin Badian. And why did Qin Badian create the dragon vanquishing palace? This is because your mother wanted to deprive him of his bloodline power. And why did your mother want to deprive him of his bloodline power? Didn't she do it for you? She wanted you to fuse with the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon and become the first purple gold divine dragon in history. Tell me, isn't all of this because of you? Although you might not have thought so, and you might not have thought about Qin Badian and Qin Feiyang's bloodline power, you can't deny that this is directly related to you, the madman said. After hearing this, the Prince of Dragons fell silent. If you really want to reconcile, you can. But the condition is that you dragons must get out of the ancient world and never appear again. I want to ask you, can you do it? Even if you can do it, can you persuade your mother and your clansmen? The madman shouted. The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. It seems that we have to fight to the death. Yes. Not to mention us, the creatures of the ancient world will not allow us to reconcile with you dragons. The grudge between the dragons and humans has long reached the point where it's either you die or I die. So don't be naive. Reconciliation will never happen. Humans, dragons, one side must perish today. The madman roared, and the halberd appeared again. He charged at the Prince of Dragons without hesitation. If one side really perishes, the Prince of Dragons murmured and suddenly looked at the madman. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Then I can only choose, you humans perish." Boom. Rolling Dragon's might roared out. The sky here suddenly collapsed as if it was the end of the world. What to do? Looking at the madman who was like a moth flying into the flame, Qin Feiyang was extremely anxious. "Feiyang, quickly come to the Black Tortoise world." The mermaid princess voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Oh. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I told you to come." The little boy's voice sounded, and immediately after, Qin Feiyang felt the power of the Black Tortoise world enveloping him, and in the next moment he appeared in the Devil's Land. Obviously, it was the little boy who brought Qin Feiyang to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "At a time like this, how can I abandon senior brother Madman and escape alone?" "It's not escaping, I'll help you repair your Qi. The mermaid princess landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "Repair Qi?" Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess in a daze. The mermaid princess laughed. "Have you forgotten? I have the Eye of Life." "And me." Accompanied by a familiar voice, the demon ancestor landed beside Qin Feiyang and laughed. "We haven't fought for so long, I'm afraid you've forgotten that I also have a forbidden technique, the Soul of Life." "Eye of Life. Soul of Life." Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Don't say it. He had forgotten. The Eye of Life was the battle soul of the mermaid princess, and it had the heaven-defying ability to regenerate flesh from bones. The demon ancestor's Soul of Life was the same. However, opening the Soul of Life required one's lifespan as the price. However, it was only helping him repair his Qi, and it wouldn't use much lifespan. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted, "Then hurry up." The mermaid princess and the demon ancestor looked at each other. A bright golden light suddenly emerged from behind the mermaid princess. It was a big golden fish. As soon as the big golden fish appeared, a golden light enveloped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately felt warm and comfortable all over his body. The demon ancestor also opened his Soul of Life, and a majestic energy poured into Qin Feiyang's body. Under the joint efforts of the two, Qin Feiyang's injuries and Qi were healed in an instant. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said gratefully and immediately disappeared. Chapter 2943. In the blink of an eye. Only a moment had passed outside. Frenzy and Prince Dragons hadn't collided yet. "Senior brother Frenzy, retreat." Qin Feiyang immediately roared as a blood-red sword appeared and slashed at Prince Dragons. Oh. Frenzy and Prince Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. What's going on? After disappearing for a while, his Sea of Qi was restored? And not only did it restore his Sea of Qi, even his injuries were all healed. The current him didn't look injured at all. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the two, Qin Feiyang directly opened the Dragon Soul and the Eye of Heaven to copy Frenzy's Blood Demon technique. Boom. In just a moment, Qin Feiyang's Cultivation soared to the great success Undead stage. Following closely, the blood-red sword slashed at Prince Dragons. Prince Dragons came back to his senses and waved the god-vanquishing sword at the blood-red sword. Even if he copied the Blood Demon technique, Qin Feiyang's Cultivation was still a small realm away from Prince Dragons. With a crack, the blood-red sword immediately shattered. Qin Feiyang's body shook as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He grabbed Frenzy and retreated. "Qin Feiyang, what's going on with you?" Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "You will know later, let's solve the problem in front of us first. Your recovery ability is really abnormal." Prince Dragons also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "It's okay," Qin Feiyang said. "However, even if you restore your Sea of Qi, it won't be of much use in this battle." Prince Dragons shook his head. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Rising Dragon technique had been activated twice. The first time was when he was fighting with the Patriarchs of the Dragons. The second time was when he left the Inland Sea and opened it with the soul of the Ice Dragon. Therefore he could no longer activate the Rising Dragon technique. The madman looked at the Dragon Prince and frowned at Qin Feiyang. "It's useless if you can't activate the Rising Dragon chant. We can only take a gamble now. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. What kind of bet? Madman was bewildered. Let's take a gamble and see if the two different deity arts are about to stack. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the Eye of Heaven activated once more, enveloping the Prince of the Dragons. That was right. He wanted to copy the mad scientist's blood demon technique and the ice dragon's domain at the same time. If these two cultivation-boosting divine arts could be stacked, then his cultivation would rise to the peak of the undead realm. However, he had never tried something like this before, so he didn't have much confidence in himself. What do you want? The Prince of Dragons frowned. Madman also looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. But suddenly, both of them understood and asked in unison, how is this possible? Copying the blood demon technique and the ice dragon domain at the same time? No matter how heaven-defying the Eye of Heaven was, it couldn't be heaven-defying to this extent. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's cultivation suddenly soared. What? The madman and the Prince of Dragons' eyes trembled. Boom. The next moment, Qin Feiyang's cultivation increased to the peak of the undead realm. And it didn't stop, it was still soaring. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's aura soared again, stepping into the peak of the undead realm. The two were dumbfounded. It could actually be copied at the same time. Qin Feiyang himself was also stunned. This was too unexpected. Copying two cultivation-boosting divine arts at the same time, and the key point was that it succeeded? Pervert. What a pervert. The madman came back to his senses and shook his head in shock. Aren't your fighting souls perverted? Qin Feiyang said. The god's domain could even break the 3,000 incarnations. And the madman's blood eye was ridiculously strong, almost wiping out the dragons. Even an expert like the Dragon Sovereign couldn't avoid the fate of being petrified. To be honest, compared to the madman's blood eye, the Eye of Heaven wasn't that powerful. Whoosh. The Prince of Dragons took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. You two are really hard to deal with. He thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect Qin Feiyang not only to instantly repair his Qi, but also to copy two different cultivation-boosting divine arts. Forcing us to this point, aren't you also hard to deal with? Qin Feiyang smiled. The Prince of Dragons said, then next should be the final battle. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Prince of Dragons grabbed the god-vanquishing sword and shook his arm slightly. A monstrous aura surged out. Qin Feiyang also raised his arm. As killing intent surged out, a blood-colored sword appeared. The madman consciously retreated. After all, Qin Feiyang was the main character. How could he steal Qin Feiyang's limelight? Whoosh. The two stood in the air and let out a long breath at the same time. Then, a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes at the same time. Kill. With a loud roar, the two grabbed the blood-colored sword and god-vanquishing sword and charged towards each other. And at this moment, both of them had the heart to fight. Whether it was their eyes or their expressions, they were incomparably cold. The madman standing in the distance looked at the two and smiled. This battle, whether you win or lose, is destined to be recorded in the annals of history and be passed down through the ages. The Prince of Dragons was a respectable person. It was just that their standpoints were different. If the Prince of Dragons was also a human, then with his personality he would definitely stand up bravely and face the dragons like them. If that was the case, then they wouldn't be enemies now but partners fighting side by side. Unfortunately, all of this was destined the moment they were born. Clang. Boom. Finally, Qin Feiyang and the Prince of Dragons collided. A destructive wave suddenly erupted between the blood-colored sword and the god-vanquishing sword. At this moment, the world within a radius of tens of millions of miles was drowned in blood-colored light and milky white divine light. The humans and dragons on the battlefield couldn't help but stop fighting and look in the direction of Qin Feiyang's group. Long Zun, Qin Badian, and the others were the same. This is Feiyang's aura? How did his aura become so strong? It seems to be Great Perfection Imperishable Stage. Lu Xingyang exclaimed. Great Perfection Imperishable Stage. Long Zun was shocked. He carefully observed and found that it was indeed the Great Perfection Imperishable Stage. How was this possible? How could a half-step imperishable stage raise his cultivation to the Great Perfection Imperishable Stage? Did he activate the Slaughter Domain? But that couldn't be right. The Slaughter Domain could only be activated once a day. Moreover, even if he activated it, it shouldn't be his aura that reached the Great Perfection Imperishable Stage, but the blood-colored sword's aura. What on earth happened? The ancestral dragons were also very surprised and puzzled. Facing Wang Chang, the Ice Emperor, the Rain Emperor, Yang Li, and Wang Ming, they already had the upper hand. As long as they were given a little more time, they were completely confident that they could kill the 5 of them, even if Yang Li now controlled the power of laws. But now, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had reached the great perfection imperishable stage. Only Long Zun could contend with an ultimate expert of this level. Could His Highness win? If His Highness was defeated by Qin Feiyang, it would be a nightmare for the dragons. Because Qin Feiyang and Madman's strength were both existences that could instantly kill them. Once His Highness was defeated by Qin Feiyang and Madman would rush over to support. Then this battle would basically be over. Your Highness, you can't lose. The ancestral dragons roared in their hearts. High up in the sky, the blood-colored sword and the god-vanquishing sword collided, and destructive fluctuations surged out. For the dragons, I can't lose. Prince of the Dragons roared. For the common people, I can't lose either. Qin Feiyang roared. Both of their auras were like rainbows. Not only were the two heaven-defying divine arts colliding, but also their auras, their fighting spirit, their beliefs, were also colliding. Kill. All of a sudden, the two of them roared and unleashed their full power, turning the void here into chaos. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the god-vanquishing sword was finally no match, and cracks appeared on it before it disintegrated. No. Prince of the Dragons roared, and his entire body emitted a bright divine light. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge heavenly dragon appeared out of nowhere. This was the true body of Prince of the Dragons. It was 10,000 feet long and covered in dragon scales, emitting a blazing radiance. I won't admit defeat. I can't admit defeat either because I'm the Prince of the Dragons and I still have to protect my people. Qin Feiyang come. Following an earth-shaking roar, the Dragon Prince's 30,000-meter-tall body immediately tore through the primal chaos and roared at Qin Feiyang. Clang. The god-vanquishing sword appeared again. The god-vanquishing armor also appeared, enveloping the entire dragon body, and its divine might shook the world. Come. Qin Feiyang also activated the battle formula, holding the blood-colored sword in his hand and charged forward. This was their strongest attack and also their last attack. The victory or defeat of this battle, the fate of humans and dragons, all depended on this attack. Boom. Clang. Finally, the two collided again. That destructive momentum, that dazzling divine light, like a tsunami in the ocean, flooded all directions. At this moment, even Madman couldn't see the situation of the two through the divine light. But although his eyes were stung by the divine light, he still didn't close his eyes. He stared fixedly at the center of the battlefield, his expression somewhat expectant and somewhat nervous. Although Qin Feiyang's cultivation base had reached the great perfection undead realm, Prince of the Dragon's strength was also obvious to all. Before seeing the outcome with his own eyes, he couldn't feel at ease. Rumble. The airwaves billowed, destroying all directions and even spread to all major battlefields. The surrounding earth was cracking wildly, and abyssal cracks appeared. Lin Yi and the sloppy old man felt it the most. Because they stood outside the heavenly prison, they could clearly see the scene below. With the battlefield of Qin Feiyang and Prince of the Dragons as the center, abyssal cracks appeared in all directions. The entire earth seemed to be covered with a layer of spider web. The sloppy old man said, "Girl, do you know how strong your brother Feiyang and Prince of the Dragons are now? They must be very strong." Lin Yi said, "Yes. The current them, even this old man is no match for them. And that little madman. That bloody eye, even this old man can't escape the fate of being petrified. These young people nowadays are really terrifying." The sloppy old man shook his head. Lin Yi heard the words and looked down at the center of the battlefield. A smile also appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Regardless of whether Qin Feiyang wins or loses in this battle, he was still her most respected big brother in her heart. Chapter 2944. All the battlefields fell into a brief silence at this time. Everyone was looking forward to it, nervous. At the center of the battlefield, the divine light that shrouded the battlefield had slowly dissipated. The aura of Qin Feiyang and Prince Dragons also gradually faded. Gradually, two figures appeared. It was Qin Feiyang and Prince Dragons. The two were still facing each other across the air, but the difference was that Qin Feiyang only had a few wounds on his body. But Prince Dragon's body was bruised all over. Blood continuously flowed out of that 100,000-foot-tall body. It was like a bloody waterfall that dyed the sky red. The winner is Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi suddenly smiled sweetly like a blooming lily. She was extremely beautiful. Yes. This little guy, as this old man thought, is full of miracles. The sloppy old man looked down at Qin Feiyang with admiration in his eyes. Battlefield. Not only was Prince Dragon's bruised all over, but his eyes were also extremely weak. He floated in the air with difficulty. Looking at Qin Feiyang opposite him, he sighed, "I lost." Qin Feiyang nodded. Prince Dragon said in disappointment, "It seems that I am not as good as you after all." "No. You are strong. And you are the strongest person I have ever met in my life. The most important thing is that although I defeated you, I don't feel any joy in my heart." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yes. Logically speaking, he should be happy and excited to defeat Prince Dragons. However, he couldn't be happy. Instead, there was a sense of loss. "No joy," Prince Dragons murmured and suddenly smiled. "If the winner is me now, I should be the same as you. Because you both value and respect each other, so in your hearts, you don't want each other to die." Madman stepped forward and said while looking at the two. "Maybe." The Prince of the Dragons smiled and said, "It's an honor to meet you." Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. They then looked at Prince Dragons and smiled. "We are the same. I hope that we won't be enemies in the next life." The Prince of the Dragons said, "If there really is a next life, I will definitely come and find you." "Are you looking for revenge?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I'm looking for you guys to drink until we're drunk." The Prince of the Dragons smiled. "Ha!" Madman laughed loudly and said, "I'll be waiting for you any time, but that brat Qin Feiyang Sai, he's very unromantic and doesn't drink." "Really?" The Prince of the Dragons was surprised. "If it's a reunion with an old friend, I wouldn't mind getting drunk." Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them were like friends, chatting and laughing, without the slightest tension of a great battle. If only this war didn't happen. The sloppy old man stood outside the Heaven's prison and couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. "Yeah. Without this war they will definitely be good friends." Lin Yi nodded. The Prince of the Dragons was indeed a different kind of dragons. He was indifferent to fame and fortune, he stood aloof from worldly affairs, he was humble and low-key, and he cared about the common people. Such a man was more charming than anyone else. Was a pity? He was born among the dragons. Although he was very reluctant, he had to fight for the dragons. This was his life. Below. The Prince of the Dragons' weakness had become more and more obvious. The light in his eyes had already dimmed as if they were dead ashes. He glanced at Divine Land and smiled, "Well, all of this is finally over. I can be considered completely free." "You're quite relaxed." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Just as you humans often say, everyone will eventually die. I'm not afraid. I just can't let go of my family and my people." The Prince of the Dragons sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. "Can you promise me one thing?" "Say it." Qin Feiyang said. The Prince of the Dragons said, "Please give my mother and my sister a way out." Qin Feiyang and Madman went silent. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the reaction of the two and shook his head. "I knew it. This will make things difficult for you. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." After saying that, he looked up in the direction of Longzuan and smiled, "Mother, I have tried my best." As his voice fell, the Prince of the Dragons slowly closed his eyes and fell down powerlessly. Qin Feiyang and Madman sighed and waved their arms at the same time. With a bang, a huge pit appeared on the ground below. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang released another strand of divine power, holding the body of the dragons, and slowly sank into the huge pit. "Dragons, I will not let you go. But I promise you that I will leave behind an inheritance for you dragons." Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of the Dragons and muttered. He waved his hand, and as the soil churned, the Prince of the Dragons was gradually buried underground. Madman retracted his gaze and said angrily, "This mood is really bad." The Prince of the Dragons was clearly the enemy, but seeing him die and be buried, he couldn't help but feel sad. This is also him. If it was other dragons, would you care? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Care my ass. I can destroy him with a slap." Madman pouted. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked up at the battlefield. His eyes suddenly surged with a cold light. "The battle is not over yet, let's continue." "Longzuan, the 10 ancestral dragons," Madman whispered, his eyes suddenly emitting a monstrous bloody light. So, in the next moment, the two turned into a stream of light, carrying monstrous killing intent as they rushed towards the battlefield where Longzuan was. The aura of His Highness Prince, at the same time. The eyes of the ancestral dragons were wide open, filled with disbelief. The aura of His Highness Prince had actually dissipated. What did this mean? It meant that he might have already fallen. they didn't dare to think further. His Highness Prince was the strongest battle strength of the dragons. In some aspects he even surpassed his mother Longzuan. To the dragons he was a pillar that supported the heavens. Once he fell, it would be a devastating disaster for the dragons. Impossible? Longzuan was also shaking her head and muttering. She had a lot of confidence in this child and was full of expectations. Furthermore, everyone had witnessed this child's methods. Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, God's Domain, Heavenly Dragon Domain, Ice Dragon Domain, and God-slaying art. With so many heaven-defying methods, how could he lose to Madman and Qin Feiyang? But, how could this disappearing aura be explained? Did Madman and Feiyang really win? At the same time, Qin Badian, Yi Zhong and the others were also extremely nervous, because they also knew how powerful the Prince of Dragons was. Although Qin Feiyang and Madman were also strong, the Prince of Dragons was not inferior to the two of them. So, as for the battle between the three of them, they really couldn't predict who would win and who would lose in the end. At this moment, sensing that the aura of the Prince of Dragons had dissipated, logically speaking they should be happy, but their hearts were filled with anxiety instead. Because in their opinion, defeating the Prince of Dragons was really not an easy task. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Qin Feiyang and Madman. The strength of Madman and Qin Feiyang was also in front of them. Qin Feiyang had always been their hope. But the strength displayed by the Prince of Dragons was too shocking. So at this moment they all felt like they were dreaming. Before getting confirmation, they didn't dare to make a conclusion easily. Amidst the tense anticipation under the heavy atmosphere, whoosh, two figures finally entered their line of sight. It's Feiyang and little Madman. Immediately, Yi Zhong and the others trembled, joy creeping onto their faces. Long Zun and the other ancestral dragons also trembled violently. But the difference was that their hearts were drowned in grief and fear. Whoosh! Very soon, Qin Feiyang and Madman both landed opposite Long Zun. Where's the Prince of Dragons? Cloud Supreme immediately asked. He's already... Qin Feiyang looked at Cloud Supreme and then at Long Zun, saying, he's already dead. Long Zun's body and mind trembled. This was something she didn't want to hear. Qin Feiyang continued, I buried him with my own hands. Bastard. What right do you have to bury him? If anyone is to be buried, it should be me. Long Zun roared. Of course I have the right. Because we're friends. As for you, to be honest, you really don't have the right. Although you're his mother, ask yourself, what have you done for him? You, from the beginning to the end, have blindly strengthened your ambitions and desires on him. Haven't you realized it yet? Half of his death was caused by you. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shut up. Long Zun roared. Didn't he once ask you to stop and not treat humans like this? But have you ever heard of it? You think you're the ruler of the ancient world? Those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Even if it's your own son, it's still loyal and unpleasant to the ear in front of you. Think about it again. Why did Master leave you dragons? And why did Wang Chang and the others take the initiative to come to me? So many people have left. Haven't you reflected on yourself? If you dragons can be a little nicer to us humans, even if it's just a little bit, would it have led to this situation? No. Humans are creatures that know how to be grateful. If you're good to them, they will naturally respect you. So all of this was caused by you. Your son also died because of you. Qin Feiyang shouted. Don't say any more, don't say any more. Long Zun shook her head frantically. Although her expression couldn't be seen, it wasn't hard to tell from her tone that she was in pain. The rule of you dragons has ended. The current ancient world belongs to all the people in the world. Pay the price for your cold-bloodedness. Master Ancestor, hold her back. Senior Brother Madman, follow me to kill the ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward and rushed toward the battlefield of the ancestral dragons. The madman chuckled and followed closely behind. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. Long Zun roared as a terrifying spacetime law emerged. Qin Badian and the others' pupils shrank. Third profound ability, Spacetime Storm. The dragons roared as a terrifying storm appeared around them. Spacetime Storm. Qin Baishan's eyes trembled as he shouted, all of you retreat. Chapter 29:45. But before he could finish, the lower half of Sovereign Beast's body was swallowed by the storm. Immediately, Sovereign Beast screamed in agony. Both of his legs were instantly crushed by the storm. So strong. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Sovereign Cloud had the body of a Qilin and was a perfected imperishable stage expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the storm. All of you die. Sovereign Dragon sneered. The storm grew bigger and fiercer. From afar, it looked like a giant tornado sweeping in all directions. Yi Zhong, Sovereign Cloud, and Lu Xingyang grabbed Sovereign Beast and dragged him out of the storm. Then they flew away without looking back. Even with that being the case, their bodies were still covered with cuts and bruises from the fluctuations of the storm. If the space-time storm isn't stopped, it will expand infinitely and eventually destroy the entire divine land. Qin Badian stepped back to Qin Feiyang and Madman's side and said in a deep voice, "So powerful?" The two were shocked. The space-time law is one of the strongest laws in the world. And this space-time storm is the third profound theurgy. It can be said that even the dragon's third profound theurgy, the Holy Sword of Light, can't stop the space-time storm. Qin Badian said. Then isn't it invincible? Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Badian said, I'm afraid that no one can stop it now except for me. You. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. What? You don't believe me? Qin Badian smiled. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Whether it was in the Great Qin or the ancient world, the ancestors could leave behind so many legends. How could they be ordinary? All of you shall perish. Sovereign Dragon laughed and the storm became even more terrifying. Qin Feiyang and Madman were already moving uncontrollably toward the storm. I'll deal with Sovereign Dragon. You guys go support the other battlefields. Qin Badian stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman, and a mighty aura suddenly emerged from his body. As soon as this aura appeared, Qin Feiyang and Madman immediately felt a great sense of danger. Domain of Severance. As Qin Badian waved his hand, a white divine light spewed out from his fingertip. Blinked. This white divine light turned into a giant prison and crashed down. Then, the terrifying storm and dragons were shrouded in the prison. What? Sovereign Dragon was shocked. This is a heaven-defying divine art, the domain of severance. Conceal everything. Qin Badian stated. You actually have a heaven-defying divine art? Sovereign Dragon. That's right. Qin Badian nodded and said, if my cultivation was weaker than yours, this domain of severance would not be able to trap the space-time storm, but unfortunately, under the buff of the domain of severance, I am now at the great perfection undead realm. The domain of severance became more and more solid. No matter how the space-time storm bombarded, the domain of severance did not show any signs of breaking. Bastard, Sovereign Dragon roared again and again. This bastard is also hiding his strength. Madman looked at the domain of severance, his eyes full of astonishment. What are you talking about? He is my ancestor, can you respect him a little? Qin Feiyang said angrily. I and Qin Badian are of the same generation, what is there to respect? Madman's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and for a moment he really couldn't refute. If Madman was of the same generation as him, then Qin Badian was considered Madman's senior and should be respected. But the key point was, according to seniority, Madman was indeed of the same generation as Qin Badian. However, his ancestor's methods were indeed a little unexpected. Originally, he thought that his ancestor only had a heaven-defying artifact, but he also had a heaven-defying technique. Sure enough, a legendary figure who could leave behind countless legends couldn't be underestimated. Let's go. Slay the dragon. Madman turned to look at the various ancestral dragons, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he immediately charged towards the black dragon ancestral dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and with a thought, the mermaid princess and ancestor devil appeared. I'll have to trouble you to heal everyone. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. The two nodded and rushed into the sky. Eye of life. Soul of life. With two low shouts, a mighty life force suddenly rolled out with the two as the center. Sovereign Beast's feet that were shattered by the space-time storm instantly recovered. This scene. Not only Sovereign Beast but even Yi Zhong and Cloud Supreme were dumbfounded. They raised their heads to look at the devil ancestor and the mermaid princess. This healing ability was too terrifying, even stronger than the dragon sovereign's healing ability. Madman was also stunned. He raised his head to look at the two of them and said in realization, so it's because of them. Then he glared at Qin Feiyang and said, you brat, you're too much. You actually hid such a terrifying healing ability? When he was fighting with the dragon's prince he was seriously injured. He should have let the mermaid princess and devil ancestor help to heal him. I didn't think of it at the time. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Get lost. Madman glared at him angrily and continued to attack the black dragon ancestral dragon. The injuries on his body were also instantly healed. At the same time, on the various battlefields, for example Wang Chong Yang Li Xiaofei, in short, as long as it was a human, their injuries would be healed in an instant. What's going on? This unforeseen event caused everyone to be stunned, but the dragons were panicking. Because of the betrayal of Wang Chong and the others, the dragons were already at a disadvantage. But now the injuries of these humans were all inexplicably healed. How could they continue fighting? At this moment, Qin Feiyang also truly experienced the terror of the mermaid princess and the devil ancestor. Although they were only at the half-step undead realm, their effect was greater than anyone else's. The dragon sovereign was trapped. The others' injuries were also healed. Then now it was time to deal with the ancestral dragons. Master, help protect my wife. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and smiled, then turned and stepped into the air. Wife. The mermaid princess in the air heard this and her face immediately turned red. This brat. Yi Zhong also shook his head and scolded with a smile. The mermaid princess suddenly noticed the abnormality of the devil ancestor. His entire person seemed to have aged several decades. At this moment, her expression changed slightly and she hurriedly said, "Turn off the soul of life first." Although the soul of life's healing ability was terrifying, it came at the cost of lifespan. Such a large-scale treatment was very strenuous for the devil ancestor. Then you alone? The devil ancestor frowned. I can. The mermaid princess nodded. All right then. The devil ancestor immediately turned off the soul of life and began to absorb the energy of the eye of life. Because the energy of the eye of life could restore his vitality. Old bastard, are you desperate? In the distance, Madman rushed to the front of the black dragon ancestral dragon and laughed. Little bastard. The black dragon ancestral dragon was instantly furious. The other 9 ancestral dragons' eyes were also filled with resentment. You guys retreat. Madman waved his hand. Hearing this, Wang Ming, Wang Chong, Yang Li, Ice Emperor and Rain Emperor immediately turned and rushed to other battlefields. It was already not easy for them to hold on until now. Moreover, they were all in a situation of 1 against 2. And this was all thanks to Yang Li. Because Yang Li now controlled the power of laws, he could barely hold back 4 or 5 of them. This was the strength of the power of laws. The difference in strength between those who possessed the power of laws and those who did not was like heaven and earth. Swish. At this time, Qin Feiyang also rushed over and stood beside Madman, scanning the 10 ancestral dragons. What are you doing here? I can deal with them alone. Madman frowned. Is this the time to show off? We have to end this quickly and then think of a way to deal with the dragon sovereign together. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Madman nodded and looked at the 10 ancestral dragons. Any last words? Go to hell. The blood-colored ancestral dragon roared and instantly returned to its true form. It was a blood dragon that was more than 10,000 feet long. That huge tail covered in blood-colored dragon scales directly slapped towards Qin Feiyang and Madman. Courting death. Madman took a step forward and activated the blood demon technique. His cultivation instantly soared to the great achievement imperishable realm. This cultivation was already the same as the 10 ancestral dragons. Following closely, Madman's group attacked the blood dragon's huge tail. That terrifying power was like a torrent that had opened a gate, rolling out. One had to know that Madman's current physical body had already reached the supreme level. Even if the blood dragon ancestral dragon revealed its true form, its physical body couldn't match Madman's. With a punch, the blood dragon ancestral dragon immediately shattered and blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Ancestral dragon? What a joke. Madman sneered. From the beginning he didn't take these ancestral dragons seriously. The only one he was truly afraid of was the dragon sovereign. But later the Prince of Dragons appeared. But for the Prince of Dragons he had no fear, only respect. You guys should also show your true abilities. Qin Feiyang looked at the other 9 ancestral dragons. These 2 little bastards are actually riding on our heads and behaving atrociously, what a shame. Roar. The 9 ancestral dragons also revealed their true forms, their anger soaring into the sky. Boom. The 10 ancestral dragons charged towards Qin Feiyang and Madman together, their dragon might shaking the world. Don't say it. If it were anyone else such as Wang Ming and the others, they wouldn't dare to fight the 10 ancestral dragons head-on. Because they were indeed quite strong. But in the eyes of Madman and Qin Feiyang, this was nothing at all. Qin Feiyang also instantly activated the Eye of Heaven and copied Madman's Blood Demon technique. Immediately, his cultivation soared to the great success imperishable stage. New and old debts, let's settle them together today. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and his aura roared in all directions. Have a taste of despair. Madman also smiled sinisterly. Neither of them used anything fancy, and their fists directly smashed out. Rumble. Crack. Clang. Dragon scales shattered one after another, and dragon blood stained the sky. Looking at the two brave and invincible people, Yi Zhong and the others in the distance were gratified. It seems that there's no need for us old guys to take action, Lu Xingyang said with a smile. Apart from restraining the Dragon Sovereign, we didn't do much. Venerable Cloud said. To be honest, this old man really didn't expect them to grow to this extent in just these few years. Yi Zhong shook his head. Thinking back to the first time he saw Qin Feiyang was just a small paramount god at that time. And how long had it been? He had actually grown to an existence that could crush all the ancestral dragons. It was true that the new generation surpassed the old. Chapter 2946. The battle only lasted for 100 breaths before the 10 ancestral dragons wailed and smashed into the ground below. Their bodies were all badly mutilated. This is the strength of an ancestral dragon? Sure enough, you guys only have the qualifications to rely on the Dragon Sovereign. Madman looked at them with contempt. Bastard, you will die a horrible death. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Sorry, I still have a long life, but your life has already reached the end. Madman stood proudly as the Blood Demon Domain appeared and shrouded the 10 ancestral dragons. Blood Demon Domain. The 10 ancestral dragons' faces changed. Once this Blood Demon Domain fell, even if they had heaven-defying means, they wouldn't be a match for Madman and Qin Feiyang. White Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared, Old Black, leave quickly, we will hold him back. As soon as his voice fell, the 9 ancestral dragons immediately charged towards Qin Feiyang and Madman. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon also didn't hesitate as he turned around and fled. Emperor Divine Prison. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded, the dragon soul roared out, and the Emperor Divine Prison instantly shrouded all directions. Including Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon, they were immediately imprisoned in the void. Immediately after, as the Blood Demon Domain fell, the cultivation of the 10 ancestral dragons began to plummet. Qin Feiyang said, You actually let Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon escape alone? You guys are really loyal. Hearing this, White Dragon Ancestral Dragon and the others couldn't help but panic. Do you really think I don't know that the other dragons as well as the Sovereign Divine Weapon, and the Divine Soul you left in the Holy Mountain are now in Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's spatial divine item? If you let him escape, even if you die in our hands, you can still be reborn. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Bastard, you really want to exterminate us? The ancestral dragons stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Didn't you guys also want to go to the 4 major regions and exterminate us humans? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Qin Feiyang said. You are a madman. Ancestral Dragon Golden Dragon roared. Madman said, Are you scared, silly? I'm the crazy one. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Lunatic. He looked at the 10 ancestor dragons and said, Hand over the spatial divine item, and I will leave your corpses intact. Impossible. Ancestor White Dragon enunciated each word clearly. Then I'll do it myself. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. Ancestor White Dragon's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice. Everyone, we are at the end of our rope. In order to protect our clansmen in the spatial divine item, we can only, speaking of which. Ancestor White Dragon paused for a moment. In the next moment, her eyes were filled with determination as she roared, Self-destruction is the only option. Boom. Immediately, a destructive aura rushed out of her body. The other ancestral dragons looked at each other and unleashed their destructive auras. Only the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon did not self-destruct. This was because he still had the divine item that protected the space to leave. Old hey, no matter what, we have to escape with the spatial divine item. Ancestor White Dragon roared. Naive. Qin Feiyang ruthlessly interrupted her and said coldly, Innate ability deprive consciousness. In an instant, the consciousness of the 10 ancestor dragons fell into a blank. Blood prison. At the same time, Madman waved his hand and the blood prison enveloped them. An invisible force immediately rushed into the heads of the 10 ancestor dragons. Roar, accompanied by wails, the divine souls of the 10 ancestor dragons were immediately erased by the blood prison. Could be said that the two cooperated quite well, not giving the 10 ancestor dragons the slightest chance to turn the situation around. As their divine souls were erased, the life fluctuations of the 10 ancestor dragons also began to rapidly dissipate. They have a tacit understanding. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in surprise. Originally, he wanted to activate the soul destruction technique, but he didn't expect Madman to open the blood prison first. Only a ghost would have a tacit understanding with you. Madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and stepped out of the Emperor Divine prison. His divine sense surged out and poured into Ancestor Black Dragon's body. His eyes lit up. With a thought, a palm-sized ancient pagoda flew out of Ancestor Black Dragon's body and landed in his hand. This is his spatial divine item. Madman turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. I'll leave it with you first. After dealing with the Dragon Sovereign, I'll go in and destroy their divine souls. Qin Feiyang said. But as his voice fell, the ancient pagoda suddenly broke free from Madman's hand and flew into the distance. Qin Feiyang and Madman were taken aback. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang used the walk formula and chased after it like lightning. He grabbed the ancient pagoda and poured his divine sense inside. Inside the ancient pagoda, he immediately found a blood contract. This was obviously the blood contract of Ancestor Black Dragon. Although Ancestor Black Dragon was dead, there was still a wisp of his divine soul, so the blood contract didn't dissipate. A mere wisp of divine soul wants to overturn the heavens? Qin Feiyang snorted and forcefully erased the blood contract inside. Then you keep it? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and dripped his blood to bind the ancient pagoda and sent it into his qi. Then, the two of them released their divine sense in all directions. The situation of the various battlefields immediately entered their sight. With the support of Wang Chang, Yang Li, and the others, as well as the help of the Mermaid Princess and the Demon Ancestor, the outcome was already decided. The dragon's army was defeated. Those who escaped died. And the people of the dragon-slaying palace were chasing after them. Could be said that this battle was already over. Looks like we don't need to go, Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them turned around and flew into the sky like lightning. Soon they landed beside Qin Badian. At this moment, there were already beads of sweat on Qin Badian's forehead. His eyes were solemn as his divine power continued to pour into the domain of severance, sealing the spacetime storm. Where's Ancestor Dragon? Dragon Sovereign immediately asked. Dead. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon's spatial divine item is also in my hands. Qin Feiyang sneered. Damn it. Dragon Sovereign roared. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Qin Badian asking, Ancestor, how is it? Not good. Dragon Sovereign's strength is beyond imagination. I'm afraid even the domain of severance won't be able to trap her for long. Qin Badian shook his head. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Dragon Sovereign is our biggest enemy. If we don't get rid of her, all kinds of accidents can happen. Yi Zhong landed beside Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dragon Sovereign roared, Yi Zhong, do you want me to die so badly? Yi Zhong looked up at Dragon Sovereign and sighed. Now that things have come to this, is there any point in saying this? Dragon Sovereign said, Then let me ask you, do you really have the heart to watch Qin Feiyang and the others kill me? Yi Zhong's expression froze. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Master, don't be fooled by her. Don't worry. Yi Zhong smiled slightly and looked up at Dragon Sovereign again. I have let go of those things in the past. You humans are really heartless bastards. Dragon Sovereign said angrily. What qualifications do you have to scold Master? For you, Master created the Dragon God Palace and repeatedly entered the Nether King's hell to find heaven-defying divine weapons for you dragons. Can be said that for you, Master has almost become a sinner for all eternity. And you even now are still blaming him. Where's your conscience? Qin Feiyang roared. This woman was really disgusting. Too self-righteous. Everything revolved around her and she never reflected on herself. Did she really think of herself as an empress? A sinner for all eternity? Ha! The Dragon Sovereign looked like he had gone mad. He looked at Yi Zhong and said, It's fine now, right? You helped Qin Feiyang destroy my dragon race, washing away your sins and becoming an existence revered by everyone. In your eyes, is this old man such a person? If this old man really cared about fame and fortune, would this old man create the Dragon God Palace? If back then you could trust this old man a little more and not doubt this old man, would this old man leave the dragons? Don't think of this old man as the same as you. This old man doesn't care about these things at all. Yi Zhong shook his head. Yes, 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 you see it lightly, you are great, you are noble. But what if I tell you that I killed Feng Li? Dragon Sovereign laughed sinisterly. What? Yi Zhong's gaze suddenly trembled. Feng Li? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were stunned. Who was this? Beast Sovereign said, Feng Li is your master's wife, Yi Shui's grandmother. So it's master's wife. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, and then he looked at Dragon Sovereign in shock. You actually killed master's wife. That's right. Back then, when your master married your master's wife, he almost cut off contact with Dragon Sovereign. This lord felt uncomfortable looking at it, so I quietly killed her. Because only when your master's wife is dead, your master will wholeheartedly work for this lord. Also, Yi Shui's parents were also killed by this lord. Dragon Sovereign said. What? Yi Zhong's body trembled again. Back then, this lord told you that they died under the claws of beasts, but in fact, it was this lord who personally sent them to hell. And the result was as I expected. After they died, you followed this lord wholeheartedly and worked hard for this lord. To be honest, this lord has to thank them. Otherwise, how could I let you do so many things for me, dragons? Dragon Sovereign laughed. Snake and Scorpion, Snake and Scorpion. Beast Sovereign roared. Never would he have thought that Yi Zhong's wife, son, and daughter-in-law would die in the hands of this woman. Cloud Sovereign, Lu Xingyang, and Qin Badian were also shocked. They didn't expect Dragon Sovereign to be so ruthless. How is it? How do you feel now? Do you want to kill me to avenge them? Dragon Sovereign stared at Yi Zhong and laughed. Shut up. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily and looked at Yi Zhong worriedly. Master, you must calm down. Yi Zhong's hands were clenched tightly together as he stared at Dragon Sovereign, his eyes red. This was the first time Qin Feiyang had seen his master like this. One could imagine how big of a blow this sudden truth had to him. What did they do wrong? You want to kill them? Suddenly, Yi Zhong roared. Like a wild beast that had gone mad, he charged into the domain of severance and attacked Longzuan. Don't go in. Qin Feiyang's face changed. But it was too late. Dragon Sovereign smiled coldly, stepped forward and grabbed Yi Zhong's arm. At the same time he raised his other hand and smashed Yi Zhong's chi-si with a palm. At that moment, Dragon Sovereign grabbed Yi Zhong's neck and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let this lord out immediately, otherwise this lord will kill him. Damn it, Qin Feiyang was annoyed. This was what he was worried about. Master was only at the Great Perfection Undead stage, how could he be Dragon Sovereign's opponent? Long Zun only wanted to capture Honorable Master and use Honorable Master to threaten him. Then he could only refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Chapter 2947. This turn of events was beyond the expectations of Qin Badian and the others. In their eyes, Yi Zhong had always been a calm and wise old man. But they did not expect him to be so impulsive at this moment. Rushing in so rashly, wasn't that giving Longzuan a chance? If they did not know Yi Zhong's character, they would have suspected that Yi Zhong did it on purpose, deliberately becoming a bargaining chip in Longzuan's hand to exchange for a way out for Longzuan. At the same time, Yi Zhong's face was also filled with anger. He did not expect Longzuan to be so despicable to use him to threaten everyone. Feiyang, don't worry about me. Yi Zhong shouted. Shut up. Longzuan roared and sneered, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Kill me. Yi Zhong closed his eyes. Old thing. Longzuan was instantly furious. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed the anxiety in his heart. He looked at Longzuan and asked, what you said before, is it true, or is it just to trick Master into the zone of severance? When Yi Zhong heard this, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Longzuan. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Longzuan looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Yi Zhong. If I said that I didn't kill them and just wanted to trick you into coming in, would you believe me? Hearing this, Yi Zhong fell silent. See, no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. So, why are you still talking nonsense? Longzuan said. Yi Zhong roared, did you kill them or not? Yes. Longzuan suddenly roared and said, even now, this sovereign still remembers the scene before their deaths. That despair, that helpless expression, and that pitiful look in their eyes. It really makes one's heart ache. Yi Zhong howled in pain. This was the first time everyone saw Yi Zhong showing such a sad side. Too much, too much. Supreme Cloud muttered, his fists clenched, his eyes filled with disgust. The sovereign beast roared in a low voice, we can't let such a vicious person leave alive. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang also nodded in agreement. Not only to humans but also to Yi Zhong. How much had Yi Zhong sacrificed for the dragons? He didn't even hesitate to bear the infamy of eternity. But what did he get in return? It was cruelty, it was indifference, it was the tragic death of his wife and child, it was the inhuman exploitation. If he could be so heartless to Yi Zhong, there was no need to mention how he would treat other humans. Someone like Long Zun should have been hacked to pieces long ago. No. Even if he were to be hacked into pieces, it would not be enough to quench the hatred in his heart. Feiyang? Yi Zhong slowly calmed down and opened his eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel heartache when he saw those eyes filled with despair and bitter laughter. I know that with your personality, you will definitely think of a way to save me. But I hope that you won't do that. If she escapes alive because of me, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. Feiyang, I don't have any other requests. As long as you help me take care of Shui or Yi Cheng and the old man, I'll be satisfied. Don't worry about me, kill her. Yi Zhong roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong in silence. What are you hesitating for? I'm a sinner to begin with. Death is not to be regretted. Yi Zhong roared. Haha, don't you understand Qin Feiyang? He would rather die than watch the people around him die. What's more, you're his most respected master. Long Zun shook his head and sneered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, have Qin Badian release the domain of severance immediately. Oh. You know her character, Li Yao said. Once the domain of severance is released, she definitely won't let you go. At that time, not only me, but you and all the living beings in the ancient world will be destroyed by the spacetime storm. Yi Zhong roared anxiously. He blamed himself in his heart. If it wasn't for his impulse, would Qin Feiyang be in such a dilemma? He was already so old, but he still couldn't control his emotions and implicated his disciples. He was really muddle-headed. Feiyang, no matter what decision you make, we will support you. Lu Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingyang, then at Qin Badian, Cloud Sovereign, Beast Sovereign Yi Zhong, and finally at Long Zun. Long Zun smiled. I believe that you won't be willing to let Yi Zhong die. Qin Feiyang didn't answer and closed his eyes. Sigh. Madman couldn't help but sigh. He understood Qin Feiyang. He was loyal. Now one side was Yi Zhong and the other was Long Zun. It was a very difficult choice for him. Don't struggle. Who doesn't know Qin Feiyang's personality? If you don't save Yi Zhong, I'm afraid you won't be able to overcome the hurdle in your heart for the rest of your life. Long Zun said. Do you know me well? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and two cold lights burst out. Long Zun was shocked. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes were even colder than the Grim Reaper. Master, I'm sorry. Between you and the world, I must choose the world. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and apologized to Yi Zhong. You don't have to say sorry. Because this choice is what I want to see. Yi Zhong smiled slightly. Not only was he not sad, but he was also gratified. Thank you, Master. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. With a thought, the white-eyed wolf appeared. Old witch, you're really a disgrace to the divine dragon. As soon as the white-eyed wolf appeared, it cast a disdainful look at Long Zun. Long Zun looked at the white-eyed wolf with a trace of surprise in his eyes. At this time, why did Qin Feiyang call this wolf out? Qin Feiyang said, you probably don't know the ability of the white-eyed wolf. The ability of the white-eyed wolf, Madman murmured. But suddenly, he was refreshed and laughed. Of course she doesn't know. When the white-eyed wolf showed that ability, it was in the divine demon forest. At that time, all the ancestral dragons had already been slaughtered by us. Ability? Long Zun was surprised and asked, what ability? Deprive cultivation, and it's a permanent deprivation. Qin Feiyang said word by word, turned his head to look at the white-eyed wolf and shouted, cripple her for me. See, at the critical moment, it's still brother who has to take action. The white-eyed wolf smiled complacently. Boom. In the next moment, as a bright golden light surged into the sky, a huge golden beast shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This was its battle soul. Long Zun immediately raised his head to look at the golden beast shadow, but did not feel any strong sense of danger. Don't underestimate brother, because brother has always been a legend. The white-eyed wolf grinned. The golden beast shadow suddenly opened its wide mouth, and a terrifying force suddenly poured into the absolute domain, enveloping Long Zun. At this moment, Long Zun's body shook. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strand of lethal danger. Swallow for me. The white-eyed wolf roared. Long Zun immediately felt that his cultivation was actually beginning to slip away. Although it was very slow, he could clearly feel it. What was going on? The White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul has a total of 2 special abilities. These 2 special abilities can be said to be more terrifying than our 10 great battle souls. Qin Feiyang said coldly. What special ability? Long Zun was surprised. It was actually more terrifying than the 10 great battle souls? The first one is to deprive the opponent of their battle soul, and it's a permanent deprivation. In other words, as long as your battle soul is deprived by it, you will lose your battle soul forever. The second one is to deprive your cultivation. And it's also a permanent deprivation. Qin Feiyang said. What? Permanent deprivation? Long Zun's eyes trembled. How could there be such a perverted special ability in this world? This is not a joke with you. Previously in the Netherworld King's Hell's divine forest, when facing those giant beasts, it had already displayed such a heaven-defying ability. The madman sneered. Impossible, impossible? Long Zun shook her head. You have always thought that Senior Brother Madman and I are the biggest threats to you dragons. But in fact it's not. The White-Eyed Wolf, it is the biggest threat to you dragons. Forgive me for the mistakes you have made. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Long Zun suddenly panicked. Never would he have thought that Qin Feiyang was actually still hiding such a terrifying trump card. She felt that the speed of her cultivation was becoming more and more obvious. She was extremely panicked. Her Great Circle Imperishable Realm cultivation base was her greatest reliance. If her cultivation was really deprived, even if it was just a small realm, it was enough to kill her. Because Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, Supreme Cloud, and Supreme Beast were all at the Great Perfection Imperishable stage. Not to mention these 4, even Qin Feiyang and the Madman had the ability to kill her. So, she absolutely could not let her cultivation fall to the Great Perfection Imperishable stage. Her hand that grabbed Yi Zhong's neck suddenly exerted force and roared, "Immediately make it withdraw the battle soul." But, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the others, they all looked at her silently. Long Zun roared, "You really don't care about your master's life and death?" Qin Feiyang was still silent. He cared. Seeing his master fall into a dead end step by step, he felt more uncomfortable than anyone else. But he cared more about the future fate of the ancient world. Long Zun must die. Good, good, good. I will fulfill your wish now. Long Zun was so angry that she laughed. She grabbed Yi Zhong's arm and tore it off with force. She wanted to use the method of torturing Yi Zhong to force Qin Feiyang to compromise. But Qin Feiyang still had no reaction. Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even the person involved, Yi Zhong, did not have any reaction. It was as if he was numb and did not feel pain. He did not even frown. You are so pitiful. Lu Xingyang looked at Long Zun and shook his head. Shut up. Long Zun roared and grabbed Yi Zhong's other arm. She stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, I will ask you again. You really don't want it to withdraw the battle soul? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Puchi. Long Zun exerted force and Yi Zhong's other arm was directly torn off. Blood flowed. This is the so-called desperate dog jumping over the wall. Cloud Supreme sneered. Looking at the still indifferent Qin Feiyang, Long Zun roared, Bastard, I will really kill him. Kill him. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. You. This indifferent attitude made Long Zun go crazy with hatred. But now she had no other choice. Chapter 2948. Fear and despair drowned her. After ruling the ancient world for so many years, this was the first time she felt so helpless. She couldn't help but look up at the sky and murmur, My son is dead, the dragons are about to die, why haven't you appeared yet? The only thing she could count on now was the ice dragon. But the ice dragon didn't appear. The anger in her heart was ignited and she roared, I was blind to choose an irresponsible man like you. Boom. As her voice fell, her cultivation suddenly fell to the perfect imperishable realm. Now. Qin Badian roared. Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, and Lu Xingyang rushed into the land of severance like lightning. Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast attacked Dragon Sovereign. Lu Xingyang went straight to Yi Zhong. You all deserve to die. The dragons roared and a space-time storm swept towards the three. But Lu Xingyang and the other two didn't retreat. Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast slapped at Dragon Sovereign. Dragon Sovereign, who had fallen to the perfect imperishable realm, also had his strength greatly reduced. Under the joint attack of the two, he was immediately sent flying. At the same time, Lu Xingyang grabbed Yi Zhong. Then, the three turned around and rushed outside like lightning. You all have to die, accompany me in death. Dragon Sovereign roared, and a space-time storm swept out, drowning the three in an instant and shattering their bodies. Not good. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and he shouted, "Senior Brother Frenzy, activate the Blood Demon technique." Boom. Frenzy immediately activated the Blood Demon technique. Qin Feiyang also activated the battle formula and the Eye of Heaven in an instant, copying Frenzy and Qin Baishan's divine techniques at the same time. Because Qin Badian also had a divine technique to increase cultivation, although it could only increase by a small realm, but with the Blood Demon technique, it was enough to raise his cultivation to the perfect imperishable realm. Then, Qin Feiyang used the movement formula and rushed into the land of severance, breaking into the spacetime storm. Nonsense. Madman said furiously. Within the spacetime storm, Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches as he scanned the area ahead. You can go to hell too. Long Zun grinned. The storm roared, emitting world-destroying fluctuations. The armor formed by the battle seal tenaciously withstood the attack of the storm. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and reached out his hand, grabbing at the void. Then he retreated out of the domain of severance with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, all of this happened in an instant. When Qin Feiyang exited the land of severance, the fighting soul formed by the battle word art was torn apart, revealing the bloody body. In just an instant, the battle character art had reached its limit. One could imagine how terrifying the spacetime storm was. Although they were both third profound divine abilities, the spacetime storm was much more powerful than the radiant sacred sword of the law of light. Where are they? Madman and Qin Badian looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Here. Qin Feiyang opened his palm, and 4 strands of divine soul appeared. That's right. After entering the spacetime storm, he only saw these 4 strands of divine soul. These were the divine soul of Yi Zhong, Cloud Supreme, Beast Supreme, and Lu Xingyang. If he had entered a little later, even if it was just a little later, he wouldn't have been able to protect these 4 strands of divine soul. This time, Qin Feiyang truly witnessed the terror of the spacetime storm. It was indeed worthy of being one of the strongest laws in the world. However, as long as the 4 strands of divine soul were protected, it wouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feiyang immediately sent the 4 strands of divine soul into the Black Tortoise realm and guarded the Fire Lotus well. Then, he looked at Long Zun. Long Zun was extremely gloomy at this moment. Because now, not only had she lost Yi Zhong as a bargaining chip, the white-eyed wolf was also continuing to deprive her of her cultivation. Ancestor, now that her cultivation has fallen to the perfected imperishable realm, can you kill her? Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Badian and asked. Qin Baishan's cultivation was at the perfected imperishable realm under the enhancement of the divine art. In other words, Qin Badian was now stronger than Long Zun. The mermaid princess and the demon ancestor, who were standing in the sky, also landed beside Qin Feiyang and looked at Qin Badian. No. The spacetime storm is very difficult to deal with. That is, unless her cultivation drops by another minor realm. Qin Badian shook his head. Continue. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart finally exploded. Around. The battles on the various battlefields were also nearing the end. The strongest dragons were Long Zun, the various ancestral dragons and the dragons' patriarchs. But the patriarchs had already been killed at the beginning of the battle, leaving only their divine souls. The various ancestral dragons also died one after another, leaving only their divine souls. Now, even Long Zun was trapped in the land of severance, so the strongest dragons on the various battlefields were only at the initial imperishable realm. And the 108 generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace had all reached the initial imperishable realm. The Ice Emperor and the Rain Emperor had even reached the greater imperishable realm. There were also Wang Chang, Yang Li, Wang Ming, the old woman, and the others. With their support, how could the dragons be a match for the Dragon Slayer Palace? Divine dragons continued to die one after another. Looking at the various battlefields, the ground was littered with divine dragon corpses, and blood flowed like rivers. Senior Brother Crazy, to avoid any more trouble, let's go to the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon Space Divine item now. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Okay. Crazy nodded. White-eyed wolf ancestor, I'll leave this place to you. Qin Feiyang said to the white-eyed wolf and Qin Badian and prepared to enter the Space Divine item. But at this moment, a destructive aura exploded in the land of severance. They hurriedly looked at Long Zun and saw him standing in the center of the spacetime storm, his aura surging. He was about to self-destruct. You guys retreat. There are others, you must retreat immediately. Qin Badian hurriedly shouted. With the space-time storm, no one could stop Longzuan from self-destructing. And although Longzuan's cultivation had fallen to the perfected imperishable realm, if he self-destructed, it would still destroy the world. People on the various battlefields would suffer. Let's die together. Longzuan smiled sinisterly, and his body suddenly exploded. Everyone retreat immediately, the farther the better. Qin Feiyang immediately shouted and led Qin Badian, Crazy, the white-eyed wolf, the mermaid princess, and the demon ancestor into the black tortoise realm. At the same time, Wang Chang, Yang Li, Wang Ming, the Ice Emperor, and the Rain Emperor sensed the fluctuations of the dragon's self-destruction, and their expressions changed drastically. They roared, "Run!" Immediately. Everyone from the Dragon Slayer Palace immediately used their extreme speed and fled into the sky like lightning. The remaining divine dragons of the dragon tribe were also fleeing frantically. However, they were not as lucky as the Dragon Slayer Palace. Because the Dragon Slayer Palace's people were always in peak condition with the help of the Mermaid Princess Eye of Life. However, these mystical dragons were all heavily injured from the battle. Because of their injuries, their speed naturally could not be compared to the Dragon Slayer Palace's people. As Qin Badian retreated, the land of severance dissipated, and the fluctuations of Longzuan's self-destruction instantly surged in all directions. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky collapsed. Accompanied by screams, the remaining dragons died tragically one after another under the fluctuations. Not even their bones were left behind. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, when Qin Feiyang and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry for Wang Ming and the others. This old witch is really decisive. If we were a step later, her cultivation would have fallen to the perfected imperishable realm. At that time, even if she self-destructs, she won't be a threat to us. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. If she had a choice, would she self-destruct? Madman sneered. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He looked at Qin Badian and said, "Ancestor, stay here and pay attention to the situation outside. When the fluctuations dissipate slightly, go out and find Wang Ming and the others." "Okay." Qin Badian nodded. "Senior brother Madman, let's go to Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon Space Treasure. I think Longzuan must have left his soul before the battle. We have to eliminate him completely." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang immediately brought senior brother Madman to the sky above a majestic mountain. This was Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon Space Treasure. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to this place, because he had already been here when he entered Divine Dragon Island last time. But unlike last time, there were countless dragons in this space treasure. They were dragons below the indestructible realm. Before the battle, Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon had sent them all here. Because their cultivation had not reached the indestructible realm, they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Moreover, there were also the crystal veins and soul veins of Divine Dragon Island. All the crystal veins and soul veins of Divine Dragon Island were here. The energy of the crystal veins and the soul veins here had reached a rare level. Is Qin Feiyang and Madman? On the ground below, all the dragons gathered together and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman in horror. There were many children and old people. These children were naturally transformed from young dragons. Every face was filled with fear. At the same time, there were also real humans. They were the ones who had not reached the indestructible realm among the million people. At this moment they were also terrified. Whether it was in their eyes or in the eyes of the dragons, they all thought that Longzuan would win. However, they never expected that the final winner would be Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang and Madman did not pay attention to them. Their divine sense rolled out and instantly enveloped the entire space divine item. They found the sovereign divine weapon. But the sovereign divine weapon was heavily damaged and was also terrified at this moment. Qin Feiyang and Madman also ignored the sovereign divine weapon and searched for the souls of Longzuan and the others. According to the usual style of dragons, the dragon god below the indestructible realm would leave their souls in the sacred mountain. In other words, if these souls were not erased, then all the dragons of the indestructible realm would be reborn again. But at this moment they could not find the souls of these people. And even the princess of the dragons was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Madman was surprised. Qin Feiyang's face was also extremely gloomy. Why couldn't they find the souls of dragons and the others and the princess of the dragons? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at a perfected indestructible divine dragon and grabbed in the air. That person immediately flew uncontrollably in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman. "Tell me, Where are the Princess of the Dragons and Longzuan's souls now? Qin Feiyang shouted. I don't know. The divine dragon kept shaking his head. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Qin Feiyang shouted. I really don't know. The divine dragon was trembling in fear. Say, do you think their souls are hidden in the body of a human or a divine dragon, just like the sovereign beast? And the Princess of the Dragons? Did she disguise herself and mix in with the crowd? Madman frowned. Chapter 29:49. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he pondered for a while and said, that's the only possibility. Immediately after, he lowered his head and glanced at all the dragons and humans. Madman raised his eyebrows and said, how long will it take to check them one by one? There were at least tens of millions of dragons in the entire dragon clan. Those humans were also as many as 1,000,000. There was no way to ask them one by one. Right? Don't you have the puppet technique? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, the puppet technique also needs to be read one by one, which is more troublesome. Then what should we do? Madman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a wisp of killing intent emerged. I promise to give the Prince of Dragons and leave behind a bloodline inheritance for you dragons. In other words, I don't intend to kill all of you. But if you insist on protecting the souls of the dragon's princess and revered dragon, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang spoke with a bone-chilling tone. Whether it was the dragons or humans, they couldn't help but shiver. Now, please take the initiative to tell me where are they hiding, Qin Feiyang said. But no one at the scene spoke. All right. You asked for it. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. A blood-colored sword appeared, and a monstrous killing intent instantly enveloped the entire space. We really don't know. Qin Feiyang, let us go. We are the same kind as you. You can kill the dragons, but can you let us go? Those humans immediately spoke. You. Qin Feiyang looked at the 1,000,000 people coldly and said, you deserve to be killed more than the dragons. Clang. As the sword fell, tens of thousands of people's blood splattered across the sky. That bloody scene made everyone, all the dragons couldn't help but tremble, their faces pale. I'll give you one last chance. Revered dragon, princess dragons, ancestral dragons, I will give you one last chance. If you don't want the dragons to go extinct, come out now. Qin Feiyang bellowed. His murderous aura shot through the clouds like a god of death, causing everyone to tremble. Everyone fell into panic and despair. No one dared to doubt Qin Feiyang's words. If he said it, then he would definitely do it. However, the princess of the dragons, the revered dragons, the ancestral dragons, the chiefs of the clans, and the imperishable realm dragons didn't show up. Oh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I'm sorry. Clang. The blood-red sword left his hand, and a world-destroying sharpness immediately surged in all directions. Ah! The mystical dragon that had been captured by Qin Feiyang was the first to die with a blood-curdling scream. Let us go. We really don't know where they are? Those humans were terrified as they knelt on the ground and begged. The dragons were also terrified to the extreme. Seeing that the divine soul of Long Zun and the others still hadn't appeared, Qin Feiyang's brows also crept up with an astonishing amount of hostility. You forced me to do this. All of you go to hell. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang bellowed, and the blood-red sword instantly shattered the sky and smashed towards the ground below. It was useless to say anything now, because his patience had reached its limit. Mournful screams immediately resounded in all directions. One by one, the humans and the divine dragons were constantly engulfed by the blood-red sword's sharpness. Blood dyed the mountains and rivers. You are a beast. All of a sudden, a roar sounded. Qin Feiyang looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a human standing in the crowd, looking at him with resentment. Compared to you guys who are willing to be the dragon's lackeys, I think I still have a good conscience. As his voice fell, a wave of sword chi swept out, and that human died on the spot. Sigh. The one you want to find is me, let my clansmen go. Suddenly, accompanied by a sigh, a woman flew out from the crowd. Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. The woman shook her body, and a sky dragon suddenly appeared. I thought you could keep hiding. Qin Feiyang sneered. That's right. This person was the princess of the dragons. The princess of the dragons said, let my clansmen go, if you want to kill them, I'll do it. What about your mother and the other's divine soul? Qin Feiyang said. I really don't know about that. The princess of the dragons said. Then there's nothing to say. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Finally, The blood-red sword blasted into the ground below. No! The Princess of the Dragons suddenly roared. The remaining clansmen didn't even have an undead realm expert. How could they block the blood-red sword? She just watched as her clansmen died one by one under the blood-red sword. In just an instant, this spatial divine object was destroyed in an instant. All the humans and dragons died, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Qin Feiyang, you bastard, I won't let you go even if I die. Accompanied by a series of roars, 11 divine souls rushed out from the dust and charged towards Qin Feiyang. You finally appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at those divine souls. Whether it was the voice or the aura, it proved that these divine souls were Long Zun and the ancestral dragons. As for the other undead realm experts, they had already turned into ashes along with the dragons and humans. After all, their cultivation was not as good as the 10 ancestral dragons and Long Zun, so they couldn't withstand the blood-red sword. Mother, the clansmen are all gone. The Princess of the Dragons flew over, her tone was filled with sadness. Then let him be buried with the clansmen. Long Zun's killing intent sword. Buried with them? Madman was slightly stunned and sneered. What kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? Qin Feiyang also smiled coldly. Boom. The two of them took a step forward. Blood Demon Technique, Eye of Heaven, and Heaven Defying Technique were all activated at the same time. They were like two gods of war. Wherever they went, the void collapsed crazily. Clang. As the blood-red sword and halberd swung out, thousands of sharp lights suddenly surged out. Ah! Accompanied by a series of screams, the divine souls of the 10 ancestral dragons were also annihilated. The Princess of the Dragons' body was also instantly shattered. Her divine soul was protected by Long Zun. If you were willing to come out earlier, how could the dragons be extinct? Qin Feiyang looked coldly at Long Zun and attacked again. Enough. Just as the mother and daughter were about to die under the sword, a sigh sounded. Oh. Qin Feiyang and Madman were startled. They looked up at the sky and their expressions changed drastically. There was an ice dragon more than a meter long in the sky. Father. The Princess of the Dragons hurriedly shouted. You still know to come back? Take a look yourself. None of our clansmen are left. The dragons are completely gone. Long Zun didn't have the slightest joy. There was only anger and grievance. I have already told you to be kind to humans, but you didn't listen. What can I do? Help you deal with them? If I really did that, then not only our clansmen, even I wouldn't be able to escape death. Ice Dragon sighed. I don't want to hear it. Long Zun roared. Ice Dragon glanced at Long Zun, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. It's time to end this. You think it's over just because you said so? Qin Feiyang roared and attacked Long Zun and Princess of the Dragons again. The ice dragon waved its claw, and a streak of divine power descended. The blood-colored long sword was immediately shattered, and Qin Feiyang was also sent flying. Father, quickly kill him. Princess of the Dragons shouted. But Ice Dragon turned a deaf ear to her. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, It seems that you really want to kill me. That's right. Not only you but also small beast. Sooner or later, I will kill all of you. Qin Feiyang stared at Ice Dragon gloomily. Okay. I will wait for you at the 4th level of the miracle. With that, Ice Dragon waved its claw and disappeared with Long Zun and Princess of the Dragon's divine soul. It left just like that? Madman looked at the void in a daze. He thought that Ice Dragon would kill them to avenge the dragons. But in the end it didn't do anything. Not good. Quickly return to the Black Tortoise world. Suddenly, Madman's gaze trembled as he looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Because they were now in the Black Tortoise world. And since Ice Dragon could enter the ancient pagoda, it meant that he could enter the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world was their headquarters. If Ice Dragon were to cause trouble in the Black Tortoise world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled slightly. He immediately brought Madman and appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. But the Devil's Land was very calm. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes again. His perception extended infinitely, inspecting the entire Black Tortoise world. Everything else was normal as well. How is it? Madman asked. It's fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What happened to you? Fire Lotus and the others flew up and asked in surprise. Madman asked, Did you see Ice Dragon just now? Ice Dragon. Everyone was shocked and asked, Ice Dragon appeared. Yes. He saved Long Zun and Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Then he didn't do anything to you, right? Fire Lotus looked at the two of them worriedly. No. The two of them nodded. That's good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Badian asked, what about the other dragons? Killed them all. Only Long Zun and Princess of the Dragons escaped, Qin Feiyang said. Fortunately. Qin Badian exhaled and said with a smile, then it means that the battle is over. It's not over. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? Qin Badian was surprised. Long Zun is not dead. An ice dragon also brought Long Zun and Princess of the Dragons to the 4th floor of the miracle. I'm afraid that they will make a comeback sooner or later, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Baishan's image crystal rang. Qin Badian was slightly stunned. He took out the image crystal and a shadow appeared. It was the Rain Emperor. How's your situation? Qin Badian quickly asked. We're all fine. What about you? Rain Emperor asked. We're fine too. Qin Badian nodded. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, looked at Wang Ming and Yang Li and asked, did you see Ice Dragon? Ice Dragon? The two of them were stunned and shook their heads. Now what's wrong? Nothing. Let's talk about it later. Tell me the location. I'll go and find you now, Qin Feiyang said. We're near the North Sea. Wang Ming gave Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Then Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, and Madman left the castle and rushed in the direction of the North Sea. Chapter 2950. Woo woo, the wind raged and waves of air surged, emitting a destructive aura. These were the fluctuations left behind by Long Zun's self-destruction. Qin Badian protected Qin Feiyang and Madman as they shuttled through the void. Ancestor, wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang spoke. Qin Badian slammed on the brakes and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the shattered and devastated land below, and a trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. What's wrong? The more Qin Badian looked, the more puzzled he became. Senior brother Madman, the Prince of the Dragons, was buried here, right? Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked, Prince of the Dragons? Madman was slightly surprised as he looked down, then glanced around and nodded, yes, it's here. Qin Feiyang immediately released his divine sense and shrouded the ground below. Immediately. His eyes trembled as he frowned. How could there be nothing? Nothing? Madman and Qin Badian heard this and immediately released their divine sense to search the ground below. Sure enough, they didn't find the body of the Prince of the Dragons. What's going on? Madman was surprised. Qin Badian said, could it be that his body was already crushed by the power of Long Zun's self-destruction? It shouldn't be. Although the power of Long Zun's self-destruction is indeed terrifying, but at such a distance, even if it was affected, there should be some broken body parts. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. After all, the Prince of the Dragon's cultivation isn't weak, it wouldn't be easy to completely destroy his body. Madman nodded. Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other as a figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Ice Dragon. Qin Feiyang said, it seems that Ice Dragon took his body away. That's the only explanation. But to be honest, his death is really regretful. Madman sighed. He is indeed an admirable person. Unfortunately, he was born among the dragons and had no other choice. Qin Badian said. This is fate. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and the other two simultaneously raised their heads and looked in the direction of the inland sea. Although they were very far away from the inner sea, they could still feel the fluctuations of the battle between the Ice Dragon Holy Sword and the ancient castle. However, just a moment ago the shockwaves caused by the clash between the two sovereign weapons suddenly disappeared. Could it be, the Ice Dragon is in the inner sea now? If that was the case, then wouldn't the castle be very dangerous? Qin Feiyang said solemnly, I'll go to the inland sea. You guys go look for Wang Ming and the others. Whoosh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a streak of black light pierced through the air and appeared before the three of them like a bolt of lightning. It's the castle. Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. Whoosh. Before long the castle flew in front of them. At this moment the ancient castle was also covered in cracks. It was obvious that it was caused by the battle with the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. It could be imagined. How terrifying was the Ice Dragon Holy Sword? Qin Feiyang asked, has the Ice Dragon Holy Sword been taken away by the Ice Dragon? There was no response from the castle. Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. After being together for so many years, the ancient castle just didn't communicate with him. But the key point was, the ancient castle had communicated with the Sunset Bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile helplessly and bowed. "Thank you, you can go and recuperate first." Shwa. At that moment, the ancient castle disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang immediately sank his mind into the Black Tortoise realm, and saw that the ancient castle had already appeared in the Devil's Land. The Ice Dragon Holy Sword is a sovereign weapon. It's a pity that it was taken away by the Ice Dragon. Qin Badian said regretfully. Madman nodded. Suddenly, his spirits were lifted as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Wait a minute, when the Ice Dragon saved Long Zun and Princess Long, it didn't take away the Dragon God Sword?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and immediately brought Madman and Qin Badian into the ancient tower. The ancient tower was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Qin Badian couldn't help but frown when he smelled the smell of blood. "Ancestor, don't blame me. I had already promised the Dragon Prince that I would leave behind an inheritance for the dragons, but..." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. "So that's how it is." Qin Badian nodded in realization and sighed. "It's not your fault, it's Long Zun and the others who are too heartless, actually using their own clansmen as a cover." Qin Feiyang released his divine sense, enveloping the entire space divine artifact. At that moment, a trace of surprise crept into his eyes. Madman also released his divine sense and his face sank slightly. "What's wrong?" Qin Badian asked. "I didn't find the Dragon God Sword," Madman said. Qin Badian was surprised. "Then didn't you just say that Ice Dragon didn't take the Dragon God Sword away?" "At that time, we indeed didn't see him take the Dragon God Sword away with our own eyes," Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian also released his divine sense and after searching for a while shook his head. "Needless to say, he must have taken it away. If you didn't see it, it can only mean that Ice Dragon's strength is too heaven-defying. No one knows. That bastard, he's too careless. We are the victorious side, can't he leave us some spoils of war?" Madman was extremely angry. "Careless?" Qin Badian shook his head and laughed. "The Dragon God Sword is a Dominator divine weapon. It might not be a good thing to keep it by your side." "Are you crazy? That's a Dominator divine weapon. How is it not a good thing?" Madman frowned. "It's because it's a Dominator divine weapon that I said that. Think about it, the Dragon God Sword is so strong, who can subdue it? If we can't subdue it, it's really not a good thing for us. Because it's too strong, when it recovers and returns to its peak state, it'll be enough to wipe us all out in an instant," Qin Badian said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang nodded in agreement. "Ancestor is right, even the revered dragon can't control the Dragon God Sword, let alone us. Keeping it by our side is tantamount to a ticking time bomb that can explode at any time, so it's good that Ice Dragon took it away." Madman pursed his lips. He didn't deny this point, because at that time he also witnessed the entire process of Qin Feiyang and the Dragon God Sword's battle. It could be said that Qin Feiyang used all his strength to destroy the Dragon God Sword. But even so, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "All right, you have the Blood Demon Tower, there's no need to think about other people's things. The Blood Demon Tower is after all a heaven-defying divine artifact," Madman said. "Are you disdaining it? If you dislike it, give it to me, I don't dislike it," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Scram. Madman glared at him. "I knew you wouldn't be willing to part with it." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, with your and my abilities, sooner or later, divine artifacts like the Sunset Divine Bow will also evolve into sovereign divine weapons." "That's true." Madman nodded, his face full of pride. Qin Badian said with a smile, "Actually, it's not like we don't have any spoils of war. Look at the crystal veins and soul veins underground." That's right. There were many crystal veins and soul veins underground. These were the crystal veins and soul veins of Divine Dragon Island. When Qin Feiyang attacked and killed the dragons, he paid special attention, so these soul veins and crystal veins weren't damaged. To them this was also a huge treasure. "Then let's go and find Wang Ming and the others." Qin Feiyang led the two of them out of the ancient pagoda and flew toward the North Sea at lightning speed. In the north, in a dilapidated mountain range, thousands of people had gathered. It was Wang Ming and the others. Dragon Sovereign self-detonated. The fluctuations of the ancient castle and Ice Dragon's sacred sword have also dissipated. Does this mean that this battle can be declared over? Someone said. We can't let our guard down. Because when he sent the message just now, young master mentioned Ice Dragon. You may not understand Ice Dragon's strength, but I have seen it with my own eyes. Yang Li said in a deep voice. Yang Li had followed Qin Feiyang to the end in the Nether King's hell, so he naturally knew Ice Dragon's strength. Someone asked, "How strong is he?" "I don't know how strong he is. But I know that if Ice Dragon attacks, even if all of us join forces, we won't be enough to kill him," Yang Li said. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard this. This was really not good news. The dragons had suffered heavy losses this time. As the dragon god of the dragons, how could Ice Dragon sit by and do nothing? "Don't worry, Ice Dragon has already left." At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. "Qin Emperor." Everyone immediately looked up and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two flying through the air. The group of people hurriedly went up to greet them. Rain Emperor immediately asked, "Qin Emperor, you said that Ice Dragon has already left?" "Yes." Qin Badian nodded and said with a smile, "And he left the ancient world." "Left the ancient world?" Everyone looked at each other. Xia Yuan asked, "So he won't come back in the future?" "I'm not sure," Qin Badian said and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. At this moment, everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, "I think he won't come back. If Ice Dragon would come back, he wouldn't have said before leaving that he would wait for him on the 4th floor of the miracle." "Really?" Ice Emperor said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Haha. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. This was the joy of victory. The rule of the dragons had finally been broken, and humans could finally be the masters. Yes. We've won this battle. In the future there will be no dragons in the ancient world, no more bullying. We can do whatever we want, we are free, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. We won, we are free. Heroes who died in battle, you can rest in peace. They had been waiting for this day for too long. It could be said that everyone who joined the Dragon Slayer Palace had been waiting for this moment. And now this moment had finally arrived. The excitement and joy in their hearts could not be concealed. Some people couldn't help but cry tears of joy. "Thank you, young lord." "Thank you, brother Frenzy." Suddenly, someone looked at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and said gratefully, "This is the result of everyone's concerted efforts. Why are you thanking us?" Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. "No. If it wasn't for your leadership, if you didn't defeat the Prince of the Dragons, we wouldn't have had any hope of defeating the dragons. You are the greatest contributors." "That's right. It was you who fought bravely, defeated the sovereign divine weapon, defeated the Prince of the Dragons. It was you who led us to victory. This courage, this righteousness, we will always remember it in our hearts. I also believe that the creatures of the ancient world will never forget your contributions and efforts to the ancient world. Thank you for your selfless contributions." "Thank you." Everyone present bowed to the two of them in unison. Chapter 29:51. This, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and were about to step forward to dissuade them. Because this battle was indeed not the work of the two of them, but the result of everyone's hard work. And many people had died in this battle. So they couldn't accept this bow. Qin Badian stopped the two of them and said with a smile, "Just accept it." "Ancestor, you," Qin Feiyang frowned. "You can accept it. Because without you, not to mention the Dragon God Sword, even the Sovereign's domain is not something we can break," Qin Badian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Okay." Madman nodded and grinned. "Then I'll reluctantly be a hero." Haha. Hearing Madman's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Back to the topic, did anyone calculate how many of our companions we sacrificed this time? Qin Feiyang said. This was a very heavy topic. Hearing this, everyone fell silent with a trace of pain between their eyebrows. As long as it's a war, there will be sacrifices. But I believe that these companions who died in battle won't have any complaints. I also believe that they will be happy with us when they learn of this victory in the netherworld. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. We shouldn't be sad. It wasn't easy to win, we should be happy. Xia Yuan nodded. Yes. The others nodded as well. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, we've calculated that more than 2,000 of our companions died in this battle. More than 2,000, Qin Feiyang murmured. Put up a monument for them so that future generations will remember them forever. More so, future generations will remember that it was their sacrifice that brought about today's peace and prosperity. Yes. Wang Ming nodded respectfully. Also, those who have parents, wives and children, we must treat their families well. They are all heroes. We must not let their families suffer. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Wang Ming nodded. All right then. Let's enter the Black Tortoise world to recuperate first. Once we've recuperated, we'll discuss the next step of our plan. Qin Feiyang smiled. Next step? Everyone was stunned. What other plans did he have? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, of course it's the living beings that are being transferred to the 4 major regions. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang sent everyone to the Black Tortoise world. Outside, only Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and Qin Badian were left. Qin Feiyang stood high up in the sky and looked around at the broken earth. He shook his head and said, war is really heartless. Yeah. What a great piece of land. Yet it's been ravaged to such an extent. I truly hope that such a war will never happen again. Qin Badian said. That's impossible. Where there are only living creatures, there will definitely be disputes, battles, and bloodshed. The lunatic said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, that's true, but as long as we have a clear conscience, it's fine. A clear conscience. Qin Badian and the lunatic looked at each other and they couldn't help but smile. That's right. Nothing in this world is absolute. As long as you are worthy of yourself, your conscience, and the people of the world, it's fine. After the battle ended, there was devastation everywhere. Perhaps after a few hundred years, today's unprecedented battle would slowly be forgotten by people. But the scars left on this land would never disappear. It would take hundreds or even thousands of years for this land to regain its former glory. Qin Badian retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Let's go and pick up Sword Emperor and the others. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 of them opened an altar and were about to leave. Brother Feiyang. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice sounded in the sky. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw the sloppy old man with Lin Yi descending from the sky. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 recognized each other. They quickly greeted and bowed. Thank you, Senior, for your help. If the 4 guardians were to open the heavenly prison and seal off divine land, they might not be able to stop the dragons. No. It's this old man who wants to thank you for giving the ancient world a peaceful and prosperous era. The sloppy old man waved his hand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He asked curiously, what about the other 3 guardians? They are more afraid of strangers. The sloppy old man smiled. Afraid of strangers? Qin Feiyang and the lunatic were stunned. Old thing, I knew you would speak ill of us behind our backs. Suddenly, accompanied by a displeased voice, it sounded in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 quickly looked up and saw 3 figures descending from the sky. The first person was an old woman with white hair. She was skinny and holding an old crutch. The second person was an old man in white. He looked as old as the sloppy old man, but he was dressed very cleanly. White hair, white beard, and white clothes fluttered, exuding an otherworldly aura. The third person was a thin middle-aged man, also wearing a snow-white robe, holding a jade flute in his hand, exuding an elegant aura. Old man? A cry of surprise sounded. The madman stared at the sage-like elder in white with a shocked expression. When Qin Feiyang heard it, he immediately turned his head to look at the lunatic. What's going on? Does senior brother lunatic know the old man in white? The 3 of them landed beside the sloppy old man. The white-haired old man also looked at the lunatic with a smile. Little lunatic, are you surprised? Is it really you, old man? The lunatic looked at the old man in a daze. Old man? Little lunatic? Qin Feiyang looked at the lunatic and the white-haired old man with a trace of surprise in his eyes. When the white-haired old man heard the words old man, the corner of his mouth twitched and he said angrily, how can you be so rude? Tiske. The lunatic raised his middle finger and said, it really is you, old man. Cough cough. The white-haired old man coughed and looked at the sloppy old man, the thin middle-aged man, and the white-haired old woman. He then looked at the lunatic and said angrily, there are so many people here, can you give me some face? You shameless old man, do you still want face? The lunatic's face was full of disdain. But then, the lunatic ran in front of the white-haired old man and cried, old man, I thought I would never see you again. You're crying? The white-haired old man was surprised. Am I? The lunatic quickly rubbed his eyes and said, it's sand in my eyes. Brat. The white-haired old man shook his head and laughed. He raised his old hand and rubbed the lunatic's head. He said with a smile, not bad, you've grown a lot after coming to the divine land. You didn't embarrass me. Of course. The lunatic smiled proudly. I said you're fat and you're really panting? The white-haired old man rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the lunatic and asked, senior brother lunatic, don't you want to introduce him? What's there to introduce? The lunatic pouted and said, "He's the old man who gave me the heaven-defying technique." "So it's him." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." "No need to be so polite." The white-haired old man smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang for a while. He said with a smile, "You're indeed a dragon among men. Thank you for taking care of this lunatic during this time." "You took care of me?" "Old man, don't blame me, I've always taken care of him, okay?" The lunatic immediately stared at the white-haired old man with dissatisfaction. "Ha!" The white-haired old man shook his head and laughed. "Your shameless character really hasn't changed at all. Didn't I learn it from you?" The lunatic said. The white-haired old man's face suddenly turned black and he said angrily, "Don't ruin my reputation." "You still have a reputation?" The lunatic sneered and then looked at the white-haired old man strangely. "What are you looking at?" The white-haired old man was suspicious. The lunatic said, "Don't tell me that you are the guardian of the 4 major regions?" "What? Don't I look like one?" The white-haired old man shook his clothes and looked at the lunatic proudly. The lunatic looked at him seriously for a while, shook his head and said, "No, you look like a shameless old bastard." "Brat, are you looking for a beating?" The white-haired old man was so angry that he glared at lunatic. Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian, the sloppy old man, Lin Yi, the white-haired old woman, and the thin middle-aged man were all stunned. This old man and young man got along really differently. "Hee." The lunatic grinned and said, "Are you really the guardian of the 4 major regions?" "Nonsense. Without me, can this heavenly prison be opened? If you are not the guardian of the 4 major regions, can you enter this heavenly prison freely?" The white-haired old man rolled his eyes. "Damn, you hit it well. After being together for so many years, I didn't realize that you are an expert." The lunatic was surprised. "So, the older the ginger, the spicier it is." The white-haired old man smiled proudly. "Tch." The lunatic cast a contemptuous look again and asked, "Then why did you suddenly leave? You have walked out of the shadow of your adoptive father's death. Why should I accompany you?" The white-haired old man said. The lunatic looked at the white-haired old man in a daze. After a long time he said, "Old man, thank you. I will be filial to you in the future and send you off. At least you have a conscience." Hearing the first half of the sentence, the white-haired old man was quite gratified, but when he heard the word "send you off," he suddenly trembled with anger and roared, "Brat, see if I don't spank your ass today. Come on, come on." The lunatic made a face and turned to run. The white-haired old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said, "I've made a fool of myself." It's fine, it's fine. Continue." The white-haired old woman looked at him mockingly. "Only you like to gloat." The white-haired old man was speechless. "Now this is interesting." The white-haired old woman chuckled and said, "But then again, after being together for so many years, this is the first time we have seen you dote on a junior so much." "Don't say any more. This is all my fault for provoking such a little lunatic. Now I can't get rid of him even if I want to." The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed. Although he said so, his eyes were full of love when he looked at the lunatic. It was like the eyes of a grandfather looking at his grandson. It was obvious. The lunatic's position in his heart was not ordinary. Chapter 2952. Seniors, what's going on with this heaven prison? It's actually so strong. Qin Feiyang looked at the sloppy old man and the other 3 and asked curiously. The sloppy old man smiled and said, "Heaven prison is formed by the ancient world's rule force." "Rule force?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. As guardians, we can naturally control the ancient world's rule force." The sloppy old man nodded. "Control rule force?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. "Since you can control rule force, you should be able to defeat Long Zun." "If it's just Long Zun, of course we can use rule force to defeat her. But you also know that there's a dragon god behind Long Zun. You also know how powerful this dragon god is. We don't dare to offend him. So, we can only trap Long Zun in divine land." The sloppy old man said. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Indeed. Ice Dragon's strength had already surpassed the constraints of this world. Rule force was no threat to him. Although you have known Ice Dragon for a long time and have clashed with him many times, his strength is not something you can imagine. If possible, this old man advises you not to look for him again." The sloppy old man said. "Thank you for your concern, senior, but there are some things this junior must do." Qin Feiyang said. This old man knew you would say that. "And even if you put aside the past grudges, you must go now." The sloppy old man shook his head. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. If he really put aside the past grudges, there was no need for him to provoke Ice Dragon again. The sloppy old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian and sighed, "You guys still don't know that your companions have also been taken away by Ice Dragon." Companions? Taken away by Ice Dragon? Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian looked at each other. That's not right. Everyone was here. No one was taken away by Ice Dragon. Think about it carefully. Is there anyone who hasn't reunited with you? The sloppy old man said. Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. Suddenly, both of them shuddered. They looked at the sloppy elder and asked, "Are you talking about the Mermaid Emperor and the others?" Yes. The sloppy old man nodded. The two of them were stunned. How could they be taken away by the Ice Dragon? Actually, when we opened the heavenly prison and sealed off the divine land, the four of them were already prepared to come and help you. Because of the heavenly prison seal, we don't have to worry about the dragons harming the creatures of the four major regions. And they all have heaven-defying divine artifacts. If they rush over to help, they will definitely be of great help in this battle. But right at that moment, the Ice Dragon appeared. The sloppy old man said. Both Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong's eyes trembled. Madman frowned. So Ice Dragon has been here for a long time? Yes. He appeared when the heavenly prison opened, but he didn't make a move. As for your four companions, they were also imprisoned by him. When he left, he also took them with him. The reason why I didn't tell you at the beginning was that Ice Dragon was staring at us, and we didn't dare to interrupt. Secondly, I didn't want you to be frightened. After all, Ice Dragon is too powerful. If you know that he is here, you will definitely panic. The sloppy old man said. This is impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lin Yi sighed, Brother Feiyang, we saw it with our own eyes. The Mermaid Emperor and the others were really taken away. Damn it. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his fist suddenly. Qin Baishan's face was also gloomy. The Mermaid Emperor, Sword Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and White-Winged Emperor were all his brothers who had been following him. No matter what difficulties they encountered, they had never been separated. But now they were taken away by Ice Dragon. How could he not be worried? Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi and roared, "Let's go. Let's go to the 4th floor now." The white-haired old man suddenly scolded, "With your current strength, it's already so difficult to deal with dragons, let alone Ice Dragon. If you go to the 4th floor now, you are courting death. But if you are taken away by Ice Dragon, you will die." Qin Feiyang's heart demon and eldest cousin died in the Underworld King's hell because of this. Madman said gloomily. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Even so, this old man will not allow you to go to hell now. If I want to go, can you stop me?" Madman snorted coldly. "You can try." The white-haired old man said. "Enough." Qin Feiyang roared as he drew in a deep breath. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Badian before turning to Madman with a smile. "Senior brother Madman, thank you for your kind intentions. But this is our own matter. Even if we have to go to the Netherworld King's hell, we should do it ourselves." "What? After defeating the dragons, you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Don't you treat me as a brother?" Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang sighed, "You know that's not what I mean. I know that you don't want me to take the risk, but let me tell you, since we are already brothers, then we will be brothers for life. No matter what enemy you encounter in the future, I will support you and stand with you," Madman said. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in a daze. He was extremely touched and smiled, "Thank you. No need to be so polite." Madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and looked at Qin Badian. "Heaven helps the worthy, don't be too anxious." Oh. Qin Badian took a deep breath, looked at the sloppy old man and the other three and cupped his hands. "Thank you for telling me. We can only inform you. You have to work hard to save them," the white-haired old woman said. "They are my brothers, my family, I will not abandon them," Qin Badian said word by word. The white-haired old woman smiled, turned to look at the sloppy old man and the other two and said, "Then let's go." "Okay." The three nodded. "Brother Feiyang, you have to take care," Lin Yi said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "If you have time, go home and take a look." "Go home?" Lin Yi murmured with a hint of loss in her eyes. She knew that the home Qin Feiyang mentioned was Great Qin. But what's the point of going back? No one remembers and there is no sense of belonging at home. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Although you don't remember everyone, everyone still remembers you. As long as you feel it with your heart, you will definitely feel everyone's concern for you." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded and turned away with the sloppy old man. Old man, don't go. I still have something to ask you. Madman shouted quickly. You know what you want to ask? But this old man won't tell you. Find the answer yourself. The white-haired old man said with a smile without looking back. Is there anyone as irresponsible as you? Madman said angrily. Then you think this old man is an irresponsible old man? The white-haired old man smiled and gradually disappeared into the sky. With the departure of the 5 people, the heavenly prison also dissipated. Wah! Heavy rain suddenly poured down. It turned out that the sky was raining at this time. The heavy rain fell, washing everything. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were also instantly drenched. But the 3 turned a deaf ear and looked up at the sky. Madman was thinking, what is my origin? Why did the old man give me the heaven-defying divine secret art, and why did he send me to hell? As for the question that Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian were thinking, it was naturally the Mermaid Emperor and the others. Although the battle in the ancient world had ended, there was a new battle waiting for them. And this new battle was more difficult than this battle. Ancestor, I'm sorry. After a long time, Qin Feiyang spoke, and there was a trace of self-blame on his face. It was him who asked the Mermaid Emperor and the others to guard the 4 entrances, so the responsibility was on him. It's not your fault. Qin Badian shook his head. Enough. There's still a long way to go. Let's take it one step at a time. Madman retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 with a smile. Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian were silent for a while, then nodded lightly. The storm lasted for half a month, washing away all traces of the battle. After the storm, everything gradually recovered, and the earth gradually regained its vitality. 1 year later. Black Tortoise World. 1 year outside was more than 30,000 years in the Black Tortoise World. On this day, Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the ancient castle. After that battle, everyone was recuperating in the Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang had also been in seclusion. Although his cultivation didn't break through, his law power had improved a lot. He had a feeling that he would soon comprehend the first profound thaumaturgy of the law of karma and law of thunder. You're out. Fire Lotus appeared above the herb field and smiled at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, how is everyone? They're all good. Fire Lotus nodded. What about Ancestor? Qin Feiyang asked. He's been in seclusion, so I didn't see anything wrong. Fire Lotus said. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and said, by the way, how are Master and the others? They have also condensed a complete God soul and are now rebuilding their bodies. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, what Long Zun did was a great blow to Master, you have to comfort him. Don't worry about that, Yi Cheng Shui'er and Old Man Yi are always with him. Fire Lotus smiled. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'll take you to the tower. Saying so, the 2 of them appeared inside the tower. Although so much time had passed, the tower was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. Fire Lotus looked down and asked, if Long Zun and the other ancestor dragons had come out of their own accord, would you really have left a legacy for the dragons? Yes. After all, this was my promise to the Prince of Dragons. Although he was already dead and didn't hear my promise, I still had to do it. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang shook his head. I believe that the Dragon Prince will not blame you in the underworld. Given his magnanimous nature, he will not blame you. Fire Lotus smiled. The dead can't come back to life, so there's no point in saying this. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the spirit vein and crystal vein hidden underground tore open the ground and rose into the air. So much. Fire Lotus was shocked. There were at least 2 to 3 million spirit veins and crystal veins in front of them. This is the foundation of the dragons. But now it belongs to the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Fire Lotus as well as all the spirit veins and spirit veins to the sky above the Devil's Land. Chapter 2953. Fire Lotus glanced at the Devil's Land and smiled bitterly. No matter how many spirit veins and crystal veins there are, it's useless, it can't hold them all. Then give it to the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang laughed. Indeed. The spirit veins and crystal veins of the Devil's Land had long reached a saturated state. But the Black Tortoise world was not just the Devil's Land. There was also the East Domain, North Domain and South Domain. This time, the greatest credit for defeating the dragons was not him and the madman, nor was it the castle or the slaughter zone, but the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. It was them who provided a large amount of blood that allowed the slaughter zone to stack to the level of a sovereign divine weapon. It was also their combined efforts that broke the seal of the castle. So, They were the ones who should be thanked the most. Fire Lotus chuckled. Now your prestige in the Black Tortoise world has surpassed Pai Lupi and the others. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. While you were fighting outside, they were also watching from inside until the end of the battle. Watching you risk your life for the ancient world, for the people of the world, they are full of respect for you in their hearts. Fire Lotus said. Watching the battle the whole time. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. When we asked them to help break the seal of the castle, they made a request, which was to watch the entire battle. At that time the situation was critical, so little Brat agreed to them. Fire Lotus said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Actually, this is also good. In the past, they only knew that there was someone like you in the Black Tortoise world, but they didn't know much about you. But now, after this battle, they have a new understanding of you. And they know what kind of person you are. So this can be considered a good thing. Fire Lotus laughed. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus said, then you can give them the crystal veins and soul lines yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he scanned the surroundings and said, friends, I'm Qin Feiyang. Immediately, this voice reverberated in the minds of every living being in the Black Tortoise world. This is the Lord Ruler's voice. In an instant, everyone was boiling with excitement. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Quiet, quiet. Listen to the Lord Ruler. Everyone quieted down. In an instant, the entire Black Tortoise world fell into a dead silence. You may not have heard of dragons in the past, but I believe that you all know about them now. They are the rulers of the ancient world and have been for countless years. But they are tyrannical, cruel and heartless. They view all living beings as ants, causing the entire ancient world to be in an abyss of suffering. In the face of such a rule, how can we sit back and do nothing? Although I, Qin Feiyang, also kill people like trees, in my eyes, whether it is humans or beasts, they have always been equal. There is no noble or lowly. So, I want to help the living beings of the ancient world. But the dragons are too strong, so strong that even I can only despair. But I am not afraid. Because I have a backer, and this backer is you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because it was you who helped me defeat the dragons, it was you who brought peace to the ancient world, and it was also you who have always supported me, helped me, and protected the common people of this world. I, Qin Feiyang, hereby promise that as long as I am here, the Black Tortoise world will always be peaceful. You are all my family, and I will protect you with my life. Qin Feiyang did not say these words very loudly, and could even be said to be very calm, but all living beings were incomparably moved. There was only one word in their hearts now, and that was worth it. They were also very lucky to have such a ruler. Qin Feiyang gently waved his hand, and all the crystal veins and spirit veins instantly disappeared from the sky above the Devil's Land. In the next moment, these spirit veins and crystal veins appeared in every corner of the Black Tortoise world. This is a small token of my appreciation. But I hope that there will be no snatching or embezzlement. Because these spirit veins and crystal veins do not belong to anyone, and are the common property of everyone in the Black Tortoise world. I hope that everyone can put aside their selfishness and grudges, and let the Black Tortoise world continue to be peaceful. We will be united and we will not be separated. Whether we know them or not, whether they are humans or beasts, we will all treat them as our family. I really do not hope that our Black Tortoise world will become the next ancient world. I beg of everyone here. This is not only my, Qin Feiyang's, home, but also your home. In the future, let us protect this home together, okay? Qin Feiyang said in a sincere tone. Lord Ruler is right, the Black Tortoise world is our common home. No matter who it is, they are our compatriots. We must work together to protect this home. That's right. Everyone saw the disaster of the ancient world with their own eyes. A war, blood stained the earth, and the ones who suffered were the innocent people. So, we must protect the Black Tortoise world and cherish everything we have now. Everyone spoke one after another. Compared to the people of the ancient world, they were much luckier. For example, the spirit veins and crystal veins had always been given to them by Qin Feiyang, and he had never taken the initiative to look for them. Thank you again, everyone. I wish everyone a happy life in the future. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Fire Lotus and smiled. What a group of cute people. Yes. The living beings of this land are worthy of our protection. Fire Lotus smiled and asked, what about the western regions? What should we do now? The western regions. Qin Feiyang pondered and did not say a word. Right now there is still a lot of blood in the western regions. Why don't we just use the western regions to store blood in the future? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you can do as you see fit. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang regretted it. Why did he regret it? Because by saying that, it was equivalent to tying Fire Lotus to the Black Tortoise world. One had to know. Fire Lotus was the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. She had her duties. He couldn't be so selfish and keep Fire Lotus in the Black Tortoise world forever. Qin Feiyang asked tentatively, girl, now that the dragons have been destroyed, what are your plans? Fire Lotus said, what other plans can I have? Let's just continue. Oh. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, just like usual, let's just live like this. Qin Feiyang understood. This girl had no intention of leaving the Black Tortoise world at all. Qin Dage, are you trying to chase me away? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just want to say, after all, you are the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. Now that the battle is over, shouldn't you go back and take a look? Aren't you trying to chase me away? Fire Lotus pursed her lips. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't. I'm more than happy that you can stay, but I can't be so selfish. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. To be honest, it's time to go back and take a look. Then let's leave immediately? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus was stunned and said, why are you in such a hurry? It's not me who's in a hurry, it's the people of the 4 major regions who are in a hurry. Think about it, it's been a year. Those who moved to the 4 major domains must be looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're always thinking about others. Instead, you keep delaying your own matters. Fire Lotus shook her head. What can I do? Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. The battle is over. Shouldn't you consider giving the mermaid girl a status? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. She's following you without any complaints. You can't let her down. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess residence and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's time to give her a status. The 4 major domains. Just as Qin Feiyang thought, those who moved to the 4 major domains were looking forward to it every day. There were even many people who took root by the sea and looked in the direction of the divine land all day long. At the same time, the people of the 4 major domains such as Shangguan Fenglan, the pavilion master of the treasure school, and the first elder, all knew about the battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragons. They were also looking forward to it. 9th Heaven Palace. It's been a year. Why hasn't there been any news? The first elder stood at the top of the mountain below the stairway to heaven, looking at the sea of dragons with a worried face. You have to come here several times a day. Are you tired? Elder Wei looked at him speechlessly. Aren't you worried at all? The first elder frowned. What should I be worried about? I'm not like you. I don't have a grandson in the divine land. Elder Wei said lightly. You're too heartless. Little lunatic is my grandson, so he's also your grandson. Can't you care about him? The first elder said angrily. You're wrong. When can you share your grandson? Elder Wei pursed his lips. You old bastard. The first elder glared at him. Why are you still scolding me? Elder Wei said angrily. Scolding you is too light. Don't you know how little lunatic and Qin Feiyang treat our 9th heaven realm? I've never seen someone as heartless as you. The first elder snorted. Are you really anxious? Elder Wei was stunned. How can I not be anxious? The first elder said. Okay, it's my fault. Elder Wei shook his head helplessly and said, actually, you don't have to worry. They'll be fine. How can you be sure that they'll be fine? The first elder frowned. Think about it. If they really died in the battle, will the dragons let us go? Even if they let us go, they won't let the people of the divine land go. But look, the dragons haven't sent anyone here yet. What does this mean? It means that the battle may not be over yet. It's also possible that the dragons have died. Elder Wei said. It's been a year. How can it not be over yet? As for the dragon's death, if the dragons are really dead, why haven't Qin Feiyang and the others come back yet? The first elder frowned. Maybe? Elder Wei was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at the sky with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Then, a smile crept onto his face and he said, They're back now. They're back? The first elder was stunned. He quickly looked up and his face was full of joy. Chapter 2954. In the sky above, a mighty divine power emerged out of thin air. Clang. Following that, accompanied by a deafening noise, a stone door appeared, and two figures walked out side by side. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus? First Elder and Elder Wei hurriedly went up to greet them. Long time no see. How have you been? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. Looking at these two old men, he felt extremely close to them. Elder Wei shook his head and said, We're doing very well. We don't have to worry about food and clothing. You, on the other hand, made us worry for a whole year. Cut the crap. Who won the battle between you and the dragons? First Elder asked. This. Qin Feiyang looked at First Elder and stammered. On the side, Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What was there to hesitate about? Say it. First Elder urged. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, Elder Wei could not help but panic. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed softly, and a trace of sadness crept up between his eyebrows. Looking at this scene, Elder Wei and Elder Wei's eyelids suddenly twitched. Look, it's Qin Feiyang. He's back from Divine Land. The sound of the space-time gate alarmed many people. When everyone rushed over and saw that it was actually Qin Feiyang, they could not help but be excited. A year ago, when the people of Divine Land moved to the 4 major regions, everyone already knew what Qin Feiyang was doing in Divine Land. This was a magnificent feat, an existence worthy of admiration. Qin Feiyang. It's really him. More and more people came. Those who were squatting on the coast also swarmed over. They were all from Divine Land. In just 100 breaths, this place became a sea of people. So many people came so quickly? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This means that you have a great influence now. Fire Lotus transmitted with a smile. She had been wearing a mask all this time, and her aura was also concealed. That was why the First Elder and Old Wei didn't recognize her. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What the hell are you doing? Why are you still hesitating? Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I just wanted to play with the feeling of my heartbeat. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How old are you? Why are you still so childish? It's really him. Shengguan Fenglan had also come, and so had all the elders. Regardless of whether they used to hate Qin Feiyang or like Qin Feiyang, they all had joyful smiles on their faces at this moment. Because now they all knew that Qin Feiyang was fighting with the dragons in the Divine Land. Just this point alone was worthy of their respect. Why is it only the two of you? Shengguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and asked. This. Qin Feiyang was still hemming and hawing. Seeing this, everyone present, like the First Elder and Old Wei, felt their hearts skip a beat. Qin Feiyang, say something. What's the situation in the Divine Land now? Can we still go back? The people of the Divine Land couldn't wait any longer and roared. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, bent down and lowered his head. I'm sorry I've let everyone down. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Did he fail? The First Elder asked. What about Lunatic? Senior brother Lunatic. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, he also died in battle. The First Elder suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and his body shook violently. Old Wei quickly stepped forward to support the First Elder. Only Fire Lotus and I escaped, the others all died in battle. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't protect everyone. Qin Feiyang wept bitterly. You're too into the role. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Then what should we do now? The dragons are still the rulers of the ancient world, we can never go back. The people of the Divine Land couldn't help but look at the Divine Land, their faces full of sadness. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Qin Feiyang blamed himself. What about Huiyi? Shengguan Fenglan asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Shengguan Fenglan and sighed. He also died in battle. Shengguan Fenglan's eyes trembled, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. Qin Dage, it seems that she really has feelings for Huiyi. Fire Lotus looked at Shengguan Fenglan and transmitted her voice. Yes. Qin Feiyang replied secretly. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and transmitted her voice. Qin Dage, I have an idea. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Huiyi was worried that his identity would be exposed and Shengguan Fenglan wouldn't accept him. We might as well play a little trick now and poke a hole in this layer of window paper. Fire Lotus said secretly. Qin Feiyang heard this, pondered for a while and transmitted his voice. If we can really help Huiyi, it's a good thing. Okay, you plan it, I'll cooperate with you. Okay. Fire Lotus responded secretly, looked at Shengguan Fenglan and sighed. Before Huiyi died, no one mentioned him except for you. What did he say? Shengguan Fenglan looked at Fire Lotus with tears in her eyes. He said, It's a pity that he couldn't give you a happy home in this life. He said that he let you down. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely protect you well. Fire Lotus said. Yes. Qin Feiyang also nodded and said, he died in my arms. Even in death he has always been thinking about you. He told me that he really wanted to see you one last time, but, don't say it, don't say it. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head, she was already in tears. Elder Wei had just comforted the first elder, and hurriedly went forward to comfort Shangguan Fenglan, because Shangguan Fenglan was his disciple, and he had always treated her like a daughter. And he also knew Hui Yi's true identity. Originally he was still thinking about how to solve this matter. Because he knew this disciple, if she knew that Hui Yi was the deputy palace master, it would definitely be difficult for her to accept it. But he didn't expect that now he would receive bad news about Hui Yi. Fire Lotus sighed and said, there's one more thing he asked us to tell you. What is it? Shangguan Fenglan's eyes were dull. Fire Lotus said, he wants us to apologize to you on his behalf. He has nothing to be sorry about. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. He has. He hid his identity from you. Fire Lotus said. What's his identity? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Fire Lotus said, his identity is the deputy palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, Yi Xiaoyao. What? Hui Yi is our deputy palace master. What's going on? Isn't he the deputy palace master's disciple? The people of Nine Heavens Palace were suddenly in a commotion. Especially the first elder and the others, their faces were filled with disbelief. That's right. Hui Yi is your deputy palace master. Elder Wei has long known about this. Fire Lotus said. The first elder turned to stare at Elder Wei and asked, Elder Wei, is this true? Master? Shangguan Fenglan also raised her head and looked at Elder Wei. Not only them, but all the people of Nine Heavens Palace present were looking at Elder Wei at this moment. Elder Wei glanced at everyone, nodded and sighed, it's true. How can it be the deputy palace master? This must be a dream. Everyone shook their heads. Some even roared. The fall of the palace master back then had already brought a devastating disaster to Nine Heavens Palace. Now that even the deputy palace master had died in battle, what would happen to Nine Heavens Palace in the future? So, they couldn't accept this matter. Fire Lotus looked at everyone in grief and transmitted her voice, Qin Dage, have we gone too far? Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, for Hui Yi's happiness, continue. Alright. Fire Lotus secretly responded. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan, she said, although he lied to you, his feelings for you are real. He said, please forgive him. Then why didn't he tell me earlier? Shangguan Fenglan roared. He was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept him after knowing, so he kept it a secret. He was also afraid of losing you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shangguan Fenglan smiled sadly and shook her head, it's too late to say anything now. Then have you forgiven him? Fire Lotus asked. He's already dead, what's the point of being calculative? Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Fire Lotus asked, then are you still willing to be with him? If he's not dead, I'm willing. Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Really? Fire Lotus said. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, her expression incomparably lonely. Fire Lotus laughed, Hui Yi will definitely be happy to hear this. Can he hear it? He can't hear it. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head, turned around and walked towards the sky stairway, her back view looking incomparably desolate. Great Elder and the others also had a mournful look on their faces. Great Elder, you have to pull yourself together. The Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master are both gone, you are the pillar of our Nine Heavens Palace. The disciples below shouted. Pillar? Great Elder shook his head and smiled sadly. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled. This voice, Great Elder, Elder Wei, and everyone in Nine Heavens Palace immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw that there was suddenly an additional person beside Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Who else could this person be but Hui Yi? Hui Yi? No. It's the Deputy Palace Master. What's going on? Didn't Qin Feiyang say that the Deputy Palace Master is dead? Why did he appear? Could it be a ghost? Everyone was bewildered. Hui Yi ignored everyone, stepped onto the sky stairway and quickly ran behind Shangguan Fenglan, saying, I heard everything, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, I should have told you my identity long ago. Shangguan Fenglan's body and mind trembled. That's right. This was his voice. The tears in her eyes suddenly couldn't stop gushing out. Seeing his beloved woman not turning around, Hui was at a loss for a moment. Hurry up and act. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. How do we act? Hui was puzzled. You always say that I'm a block of wood, but I think you're the real block of wood. Hug. Qin Feiyang was secretly annoyed. Hui was taken aback and secretly said, will this work? Even if it doesn't work, it has to work. Whether or not it works depends on now. Qin Feiyang said. Alright. Hui gritted his teeth and reached out to hug Shangguan Fenglan from behind. Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled again. I'm sorry. I've made you sad. Hui blamed himself. Let go of me, you liar, you actually lied to me. Shangguan Fenglan struggled hard. I won't let go for the rest of my life. Hui shook his head and hugged her tightly. Since it was already like this, he didn't care if the other party was angry. Chapter 2955. Hearing Hui's confession, Shangguan Fenglan could not help but secretly rejoice. But her face became colder and colder and she said angrily, let go. I won't. What if you run away? Hui shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't run. Shangguan Fenglan said helplessly. I don't believe it. Hui said. Don't make me angry. Shangguan Fenglan shouted. You're cute when you're angry. Hui chuckled. You're so mushy. I didn't expect the Vice Palace Master to have such a terrifying side. What do you know? This is the power of love. Goosebumps appeared on everyone's skin. Hurry up and let go. So many people are watching. What a scandal. Shangguan Fenglan was really anxious. Especially when there were many disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace here. How could she face them in the future? Let's just watch. We're open and above board. What are you afraid of? Hui simply displayed his shameless spirit. You're not afraid, but I am. Shangguan Fenglan was burning with anxiety. But Hui's cultivation was strong. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. She was angry and happy at the same time. She asked, then why did you lie to me? Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others just say that they were afraid that you wouldn't accept me after I confessed to you? So they kept it from you. Hui said. That's not what I'm talking about. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. Then what are you talking about? Hui was suspicious. What I'm talking about is, why did you let them lie to me that you're dead? Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. I really didn't ask them to do this. They made the decision behind our backs. I swear if there's even half a lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Hui said. Shut up. Nothing, why are you swearing? Shangguan Fenglan reprimanded. Ihi, you feel sorry for me? Hui said with a smile. No. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Forgive me, I promise I won't lie to you again. Hui said. Then let me go first. Shangguan Fenglan said. No. Hui shook his head. If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry. Don't come looking for me in the future. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. When Hui heard this, he quickly let go of his hand. Shangguan Fenglan tidied up her messy clothes and turned to look at Hui. Looking at this familiar face, her eyes couldn't help but tear up. Don't cry. I'm a little afraid. Hui looked at her in panic. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Hui's helpless appearance and couldn't help but laugh. So beautiful. Hui was stunned. Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Hui. You really don't know? Yes. Hui nodded. Then he glared at Qin Feiyang and Lin Ming and angrily said, it's all because they made the decision on their own. They tricked you into shedding so many tears. Have some conscience. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes. Hui smiled embarrassedly, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, when are we getting married? Get married? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were also stunned. Although one had to strike while the iron was hot, this was too fast. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was a dry cough. Everyone looked at Elder Wei. Deputy Palace Master, you're no longer a child. Can you pay attention to your impression? Besides, Fenglan is this old man's disciple. Shouldn't she get my consent first? Elder Wei looked at Hui and said, you still need to get your consent? You old man, are you tired of living? You even dare to meddle in my affairs? Hui raised his eyebrows. How can you talk to my master like that? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. I'm joking. Don't be angry. You know, I've always talked to him like this. Actually, I respect him in my heart. Hui quickly smiled apologetically. Shangguan Fenglan looked at him helplessly. Hui stepped forward, wiped the tears on Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. It's all in the past. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head. Someone said, "Excuse me, are you really the deputy palace master?" Hui Yi stood on the sky stairway, looked at the disciples below and said, "It's the real deal." After saying that, he took a facial restoration pill and quickly restored his true appearance. "It's really you. Haven't you been fooling around all day?" The great elder immediately said angrily. Cough cough. "Can you leave me some face?" Hui Yi coughed dryly. "You still want face?" The great elder was furious. Hui Yi chuckled, then his face turned solemn and said, "The joke has been made and Lanner has also forgiven me. Now I'll tell you all a great news." "What good news?" Everyone was suspicious. "We won. In the current ancient realm, there are no more dragons." Hui Yi shouted loudly. "What? Won?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "I'm sorry, I was indeed joking with everyone just now." Qin Feiyang first smiled apologetically and said, "We really won. Friends of the Divine Land, you can go back at any time." "Really?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "It's absolutely true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone looked at each other and then cheered. Some people even couldn't wait to fly to the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. The great elder looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about little lunatic?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and smiled. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, Lunatic immediately appeared out of thin air. "Old man." Lunatic glanced at the crowd around him, looked at the great elder and grinned. The grand elder immediately ran over and looked up and down, left and right. After confirming 3 times, he grabbed the madman's hand and cried tears of joy. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" "Why are you crying?" Lunatic whispered. "Can't I be happy?" The great elder roared. Okay. Lunatic nodded. His expression was full of helplessness, but his heart was very warm. Looking at this scene, Elder Wei couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You're joking too much." Qin Feiyang scratched his head and looked rather embarrassed. Elder Wei shook his head and laughed and asked, "Then how many of you are still alive?" "Most of us survived, but many of us also sacrificed." Qin Feiyang sighed. "This is a war and it's unavoidable. As long as we win, it's fine. And those who sacrificed, I believe they have no regrets." Elder Wei comforted. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I don't want to say anything else. I just hope that everyone can cherish this rare peace now." "We will." Elder Wei nodded and looked at the great elders, saying, "Hurry up and greet them. Don't let them stand here all the time." Yes. The great elder nodded. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, he smiled and said, "Let's go back and talk." "Then let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled. The group walked up the sky stairway. The disciples blocking the way retreated to the side and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with admiration. Dragons, who in the ancient world didn't know? They were the rulers of the ancient world. Even the big shots of the 9 Heavens Palace had to bow their heads in front of the dragons. And now, they were actually destroyed by these people. It was really admirable. Elder Wei looked at the surrounding crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone disperse." With that, he left the peak for the first time and flew up. 9 Heavens Palace. In a secluded courtyard. This was the residence of the great elder. In the courtyard, the great elder asked everyone to sit down and personally made tea. Before the tea was ready, accompanied by a few whistling sounds, 3 figures landed in front of the courtyard. "Why are you guys here?" The great elder looked at the 3 and was stunned. "Do I have to report to you first?" They were Shangguan Qiu, the pavilion master and vice pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The great elder said with a smile, "It's only right to report. After all, this is the 9 Heavens Palace, not your treasure pavilion." "Old man." The pavilion master of the treasure pavilion scolded and led Shangguan Qiu and the vice pavilion master into the courtyard. "Senior." Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed. "No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite." The treasure pavilion's pavilion master hurriedly stepped forward to stop Qin Feiyang. He said, "Strictly speaking, we should be the ones bowing to you. After all, it was you who led everyone to destroy the dragon race and return peace to us." "Yes. Thank you for your hard work." The vice pavilion master nodded and then looked at Hui Yi, Frenzy, and Fire Lotus. "And you guys? You're too polite." Fire Lotus smiled. "Sit down." The great elder said and everyone sat in a circle. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are the dragons really gone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Is everyone all right?" Shangguan Qiu asked. "Everyone is fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Sheng Guanqiu nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. She seemed to want to say something but she swallowed it in the end. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and looked at everyone. We came back this time not only to tell you this news, but also to tell you something else. What is it? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus smiled and slowly took off her mask. What? The Great Elder, Vice Pavilion Master, Shangguan Fenglan, and Frenzy all stared at Fire Lotus. That's right. Fire Lotus is your palace master. Qin Feiyang smiled. They looked at each other. What's wrong? Even the palace master can't recognize her? Hui Yi frowned. No. The Great Elder hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus. He muttered, this is too unexpected. Let's calm down first. Yes. In their eyes the palace master was long dead. So now that Fire Lotus suddenly revealed her true appearance in front of them, they found it hard to believe. The Great Elder finally calmed down. He looked at Fire Lotus carefully and asked, are you really the palace master? Yes. Fire Lotus nodded. But you? The Great Elder frowned. It was Qin Dage who saved me. Huolian gave a simple account of her encounter with Qin Feiyang, as well as what happened after they met. I see. Everyone was enlightened. The reason why I disguised myself and followed Qin Feiyang was actually because of Palace Master. Hui Yi continued. Everyone looked at Hui Yi, the Great Elder, Elder Wei and Shangguan Fenglan. They quickly got up and knelt on the ground respectfully saying, Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Shengguan Qiu, the Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master also quickly got up and bowed. Fire Lotus smiled slightly and said, there are no outsiders now. No need to be so polite. Chapter 2956. Great Elder and the others stood up with tears in their eyes. Hui chuckled and said, you old men are actually so pretentious. Is this pretentious? It's called happiness. Great Elder glared at Hui Yi before looking at Qin Feiyang and Madman. And you guys, you actually hid such an important matter from us. Old man, I'm innocent. I really didn't know about this. I only found out about it now. Madman pointed at Hui Yi and said in dissatisfaction, I didn't even know that he was the Vice Palace Master before. What's wrong with letting you know? Hui Yi said. Fine, you guys are ruthless. Madman glared fiercely at Hui Yi. Old Wei shook his head and said, Qin Feiyang, you're sending us to hell and then to heaven. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You first told us that everyone died in battle. Isn't that sending us to hell? Then the Vice Palace Master and Palace Master appeared one after another. Isn't that sending us to heaven? At our age we can't withstand your torment. Old Wei shook his head and sighed. It's my fault. Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. However, I'm really grateful to you for saving the Palace Master and taking care of her. Old Wei bowed to Qin Feiyang. Don't. Qin Feiyang quickly held Old Wei and said, they have been taking care of me all this time. Old Wei glanced at Fire Lotus and Hui Yi, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded, all right, then this old man won't be polite with you. We're all on the same side, there's no need to be polite. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Old Wei smiled and looked at Great Elder, you take care of everyone, I'll inform everyone that the Palace Master is back. Don't. Fire Lotus quickly stopped Old Wei. What's wrong? Old Wei looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Fire Lotus smiled, let's do it as usual. As usual? Elder Wei was taken aback. The Great Elder and the others also looked at the Fire Lotus in confusion. Fire Lotus said, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'm safe. I don't want too many people to know. How can this be? Now that you've returned, we must announce it. Only then will our Nine Heavens Palace have a backbone. Old Man Wei said. Don't these people have a backbone when I'm not around? Fire Lotus asked. Elder Wei was at a loss for words. All these years, the affairs of Nine Heavens Palace have been well managed by all of you, and Nine Heavens Palace has become more and more glorious. So, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Fire Lotus smiled. You are? Elder Wei and the First Elder looked at each other and stared at the Fire Lotus in bewilderment. Sigh. In the meantime, Hui Yi sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Fire Lotus no longer intended to be the Palace Lord of Nine Heavens Palace. She was going to be taken away by Qin Feiyang. He had already expected this, but there was still a trace of fantasy in his heart. But now it really happened. Fire Lotus looked at the two and said, I'm already used to this kind of life. So, from now on, I'll have to trouble you two to take care of the affairs of Nine Heavens Palace. These words couldn't be more obvious. Not only the first elder and Elder Wei but Shangguan Qiu, Shangguan Fenglan, the pavilion master, and the vice pavilion master all understood. She was leaving Nine Heavens Palace. Palace Lord, after the battle with the dragons, Nine Heavens Palace finally recovered. Now is the time when we need you. You can't abandon us at this time. The first elder hurriedly said. You're exaggerating. I can see that Nine Heavens Palace is getting better and better. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Besides, aren't there Hui Yi and Madman? Their abilities are all very outstanding. Especially Madman. Do you know how amazing his performance was in the battle with the dragons? It can be said that he alone took 1/3 of the credit. Fire Lotus smiled. Is it that exaggerated? Everyone looked at Madman in astonishment. Of course. Madman smiled proudly, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Don't think that I'll listen to you just because you flatter me. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in this. Then what are you interested in? Fire Lotus laughed. Aren't you asking the obvious? Madman rolled his eyes. Of course, it was the 4th floor of the miracle. If he didn't know about the miracle, he would have returned to Nine Heavens Palace after destroying the dragons. But it was different now. Knowing that there was a more exciting world, how could he stop in the ancient world? You? Fire Lotus shook her head, then turned to look at Hui Yi. Why are you looking at me? Hui Yi coughed. If not you, who should I look at? Fire Lotus said. Don't force me, okay? You know my personality, I'm a lazy person. It's hard for me to be the Vice Palace Lord, let alone the Palace Lord. Hui Yi said with a bitter face. Fire Lotus said, Who doesn't know your ability? As long as you put your mind to it, there's nothing you can't do. Don't flatter me, I really can't. Hui Yi quickly waved his hand. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows and said, Are you not going to listen to my words? What do you want? Forcing good into prostitution? Let me tell you, with so many people watching, you won't be allowed to mess around. Hui Yi hid behind Shangguan Fenglan and shouted. Is that so? Fire Lotus rubbed her fists and stared at him with bad intentions. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Fire Lotus and could see that Fire Lotus was determined to leave. She turned to Hui Yi and asked, Do you really want to marry me? Of course, I want to, even in my dreams. Hui Yi nodded. Good, as long as you agree to be the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, I will immediately agree to marry you. Shangguan Fenglan said. This? Hui Yi looked at Shangguan Fenglan in a daze. Fire Lotus was also surprised. Do you agree? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Lan, why are you working with her to torture me? Hui Yi cried out in grief and looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and pretended not to see. Bastard, you only know how to pretend to be a mute at the crucial moment. Hui Yi cursed in anger. Answer me. Shangguan Fenglan said. Hui Yi looked around. Not only was no one helping him, Frenzy's face was filled with schadenfreude. It seems that you were lying to me. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and sighed. No. Hui Yi quickly waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus, saying, You guys are forcing a duck to a perch. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. You can go fool around with Qin Feiyang. What do you mean fool around? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. Now you finally know how to speak. I thought you were a mute. Hui Yi glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Men should be responsible, shouldn't they? Qin Feiyang laughed. What a nice way to put it. Come on then. Hui Yi pouted. I'm definitely not cut out for this. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Even the dragons were destroyed in your hands. Who else can be more capable than you? Hui Yi looked unhappy. I say, what's wrong with you guys? The position of Ninth Heaven Palace Master is so prestigious. Others can't wait to envy you and you're not happy? The Treasure Pavilion Master couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. Then why don't you do it? Anyway, Shangguan Qiu is in charge of the Treasure Pavilion now. You have nothing to do. Hui Yi pointed at the Pavilion Master again. The Pavilion Master's mouth twitched. He knew he couldn't speak. Fire Lotus looked at Old Wei and the Great Elder and said, Now you won't object, right? The two looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly, as long as you're happy. They could also tell that Huolian had steeled her heart. If they continued to force it, they were afraid that even Hui Yi would run away. At that time, no one would be in charge of Ninth Heaven Palace. They had always seen Hui Yi's ability in their eyes. He was indeed good but a little lazy. But now with Shangguan Fenglan restraining him, it should be better in the future. Then it's decided. Fire Lotus chuckled. She held her teacup and looked at Hui Yi with a smile. Palace Master, I'll use tea as wine to toast you. Huai rolled his eyes at Fire Lotus. He held his teacup and clinked it with Fire Lotuses before drinking it in a fit of pique. Fire Lotus smiled and also took a sip. Her expression was incomparably relaxed. Huai put down his teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. As you wish, but let me tell you, you're not allowed to bully her. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He looked at Huai and Shangguan Fenglan and said, Then when are you going to get married? We're still waiting to drink your wedding wine. You haven't even settled your own matters and you have the nerve to rush us? Huai looked down on him. Can't we have a good chat? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Huai rolled his eyes and grabbed Shangguan Fenglan's little hand. He smiled and said, Lan, then when are we getting married? Why don't we enter the bridal chamber now? Oh. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of tea. Isn't this too impatient? Do you want to make a baby tomorrow? Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks also turned red. She said angrily, Can you be more serious? Huai couldn't stop giggling. Next. Qin Feiyang stayed in Jiutian Palace. When he had nothing to do, he would walk around. For a time, life was very comfortable. This morning, Qin Feiyang passed by a lake and happened to see Shangguan Fenglan standing by the lake. Palace Lord, what are you doing standing here alone? Qin Feiyang walked forward and asked with a smile. Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and asked suspiciously, Why are you here? I just happened to pass by. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, Let me ask you something. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang held the lake water and washed his face. Shangguan Fenglan asked, What are your feelings for my sister? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He got up and asked, What's wrong with Shangguan Qiu? Nothing. But I can see that she has something on her mind. I know. What's on her mind? I think you know it too. Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, To be honest, your sister is a good girl. It's the dream of many men to have her. But I just treat her as a friend, as a sister. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. I understand. You can rest assured that my sister is not like other women. She won't pester you. Thank you for your understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. Chapter 2958. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand and said with a smile, But you really should think about your marriage. Are you also joining in the fun? Qin Feiyang was helpless. This is not a joke. Think about it, if you are already married, will my sister still have a crush on you? Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I am a woman, so I understand women. Many women say that they don't care if their men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but in their hearts, they all want to have a complete love. So as long as you are married, no one will provoke you in the future. Shangguan Fenglan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was enlightened and said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder, Palace Master. All right then. It's not easy to be free, accompany her more. Women need companionship and protection. Shangguan Fenglan said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, then turned and left. Not long after, he met the Great Elder again. The Great Elder was hiding alone in front of a river, drinking tea and fishing at the same time, looking extremely comfortable. Great Elder. Qin Feiyang greeted with a smile and walked forward. Why are you here? The Great Elder was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Nothing to do, just wandering around. You are really carefree. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After the Vice Palace Master returned, this old man was rarely relaxed, so I came here to fish and drink tea. After the Great Elder said that, he took out a small wooden stool and placed it on the ground, saying, Sit down and talk. Okay. Qin Feiyang sat on the wooden stool and said, Where is Senior Brother Madman? I haven't seen him these few days. Who knows where he went to fool around again? He is already so old, yet he is still insensible. The Great Elder shook his head. If Senior Brother Madman is still insensible, then there is no sensible person in this world. Qin Feiyang said. It seems that you know him very well now. The Great Elder laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, After all, we've been through fire and water for so many years. Then can you tell me about the battle between you and the dragons in China? The Grand Elder asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and slowly explained. Especially Madman's performance. He described it in detail, but he didn't exaggerate. Seek truth from facts. After hearing this, the First Elder looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, He has become so powerful now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, With his strength alone, he almost wiped out the entire dragons. What do you think? TSK. The great elder couldn't help but be speechless. Still unexpected. Senior brother Madman has been working very hard. He didn't disappoint you either. Right now, not to mention the northern region, even in the entire ancient realm, he is a peak existence. To be honest, I'm very glad that I'm friends with senior brother Lunatic and not enemies. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The great elder shook his head and said with a smile, I think he should be glad that you're friends and not enemies. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're all outstanding. In the future, you will definitely become the pillars of the human race in this world. But you can't be proud. You have to continue to work hard. The great elder advised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Have you sent someone to inform the people of the other 3 regions? The Vice Palace Master has already sent someone to inform them. Almost all the creatures that were transferred from the Divine Land are now on their way back. The great elder said with a smile. Then I don't have to worry about this. Qin Feiyang said. You've done enough. Take a good rest for a while. The great elder said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded, grabbed a fishing rod from the side and started fishing. He said, There's one more thing. What? The great elder was curious. Senior brother Fengzi has also mastered 3 types of law powers. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The great elder was stunned. Yes. The law of slaughter, the law of thunder, and the inheritance he obtained in the Nether King's hell. I still don't know about it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. This brat's good fortune is not shallow. The great elder said with a gratified smile. Do you still remember the old man who gave senior brother Fengzi a heaven-defying technique? Yes, why? He's actually the guardian of the 4 regions. What? He's the guardian. Yes, to be precise, they're the guardians of the ancient world. Because the 4 of them all control the ancient world's law powers. In the past, perhaps because of the existence of the dragons, they had no choice but to give up the divine land. I see. So I guess that senior brother Fengzi's background might not be simple. Otherwise, why would the guardians value him? Who cares? My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I'm just an old man now. The 2 of them sat by the lakeside, chatting and laughing as if they were 2 old friends. Another period of time passed. A sensational news spread in Empyrean Palace. Yi Xiaoyao, the deputy palace master of Empyrean Palace, officially took over the position of palace master. The position of deputy palace master was taken over by Shangguan Fenglan. And on the day of the appointment, the 2 would hold a wedding ceremony at the same time. When this news spread, not only the major forces of the northern region, but also the famous families. Even the major forces of East Tomb, West Desert and South Wilderness sent congratulatory gifts. On the same day, Empyrean Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. All the famous forces of the 4 regions sent people to attend the ceremony. Rudong City's Heavenly Cloud Mountain Master. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was the strongest existence in East Tomb. Back then, Qin Feiyang had a grudge with Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Among them, there was a person called Su Mo who left a deep impression on Qin Feiyang. But now, everything was in the past. The East Tomb Treasure Pavilion Master, West Desert Treasure Pavilion Master, and South Wilderness Treasure Pavilion Master also came to congratulate him. As for the granddaughter of the East Tomb Treasure Pavilion Master, Miss Fairy, she was also invited. Because Huiyi had always coveted the fairy wine. That day, Miss Fairy was also very generous and took out 10,000 jars of fairy wine as a congratulatory gift. To Huiyi, nothing was more precious than this congratulatory gift. Of course, many people came to attend the ceremony, partly because of Qin Feiyang. Because now Qin Feiyang was a well-known figure. Everyone knew that he was the one who led the Dragon Slayer Palace and everyone to fight with the dragons in the Divine Prefecture and destroy them. Therefore, for Qin Feiyang, whether they knew him or not, whether they were former friends or former enemies, they all had a heart of respect. A few days after the ceremony ended, Qin Feiyang finally bid farewell to Huiyi, the Grand Elder, and the others. He took the Fire Lotus and went to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion of the northern region was not affected by the war. Early in the morning, the sun slowly rose from the horizon. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, the door was just opened. Greetings, young Master Qin. The guard at the door bowed and saluted. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of admiration. Where's Shangguan Qiu? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The guard said, Miss is washing up inside. Shall we ask her to come out? No, we'll go in ourselves. Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the Treasure Pavilion with the Fire Lotus. Knock knock. In front of a door, Qin Feiyang knocked. Come in. Sheng Guanqiu's voice sounded from inside. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door and saw Sheng Guanqiu coming out of the bathroom. There were some water stains on her face and between the hair on her forehead. Why are you here? Sheng Guanqiu was surprised to see Qin Feiyang and the fire lotus. Can't we come? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. You're the savior of the ancient world now. Who dares to stop you? Sheng Guanqiu laughed. Why does it sound so ironic? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I'm praising you. Why? What's the matter? Sheng Guanqiu asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I just wanted to ask you if you still want to go to the divine land. This? Sheng Guanqiu hesitated. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Weren't you reluctant to leave when you left? I'm asking you now. Why are you hesitating? Don't you know? It must be because you're not in the divine land now. Fire Lotus joked. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Sheng Guanqiu blushed when he heard that. The atmosphere became awkward. Fire Lotus looked at the two and could not help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fire Lotus. He looked at Sheng Guanqiu and said with a smile, If you want to go, come with us now. You can also bring your master. Which master? Sheng Guanqiu was doubtful. Now she had two masters. One was the pavilion master of the treasure school in the northern region, and the other was the chief pavilion master of the treasure school, Supreme Cloud. Your master in the northern region, of course. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. She can go too? Sheng Guanqiu was stunned. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. How about this, I'll send a message to ask my master first. Sheng Guanqiu asked. Okay. Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanqiu took out an image crystal, and a woman's figure quickly appeared. Greetings, senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. No need to be so polite. The woman smiled faintly. Sheng Guanqiu said, Master, Qin Feiyang asked you to go to the divine land. Will you go? Me. The woman was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, Why would I go to the divine land? It's better to stay at home. But, Sheng Guanqiu was a little anxious. I know what you're thinking. Go if you want. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. The woman smiled faintly. So I'm really going? Sheng Guanqiu asked. Go. No one is tying you up. Besides, your ability is already above mine. The divine land is your stage. The woman smiled. Don't praise me like that. It's embarrassing. Sheng Guanqiu said with a red face. I'm telling the truth. Besides, there's still the chief pavilion master. She's your master now. With her teaching you, you'll have a better future than staying in the northern region. The woman smiled. Okay then. Sheng Guanqiu nodded and turned off the image crystal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll go. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to leave the treasure house. Are you really leaving now? I still want to tell my elder sister and brother-in-law. Sheng Guanqiu caught up with him and said, I've already told your sister and brother-in-law before coming here. They don't have any objections. We'll talk about it later. It's not like you can't come back in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Sheng Guanqiu nodded.